This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
Sports Car Open Round 5 comes to Spain for the 4 hours of Barcelona. 3-class multi-class action, LMP1 hybrids, LMP2 cars and GTE machines for 4 hours of the Grand Prix layout of Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. Practice has been done, qualifying has been done, and we await the cars forming up for our rolling start for 4 hours of action. I'm David Haynes on the iRacing Esports Network with RaceSpot, and alongside me I've got Lorenzo Bonda and Randy Cheneth producing our beautiful pictures all race long uninterrupted here today. Lorenzo, we're getting close to the end of this 6-round championship. Teams that want to make a run at that title need a good result here.
Yeah, they do, and you guys can see right now the grid on screen, but final 2 rounds, everything's now up for grabs.
So, our starting grid for the race today. Race clutch 15 on pole, Fabrizio Donoso there. Alongside him, Movano Sim Racing 21. Then Movano back it up in third there with Impulse Racing starting in fourth. Behind them, Team Redline LMP Yellow and Race Clutch occupy row 3. Burst Esports in 7th and the Team Redline LMP Blue in 8th place. And then the last cars in LMP1 here, we've got UI1 Positive Sim Racing, Element Sim Racing, Leo Racing Team, and Satellite Racing P1. Lorenzo with P2s.
Yeah, here we go with P2s. It is Simsa Esports LMP2 and P1, followed by Ravmatch Esports UGX, and then Revolution Sim Racing Blue round out the top 3. Of course, Team Racing P2s in 4th, followed by Impulse Racing LMP2 in 5th, Team Chimeras in 6th, TNT Racing 7th, Team Horsey Bell 78 is in 8th place, and followed by Artifact Racing, Devotion Sim Racing round out the top 10, Riley Sim Racing, and the other ones you see on the screen, SRN Motorsports, World Sim Racing Team, and NAV Racing is your LMP2 category grid over here, David.
Now for the GTE class, our GT's pole position belongs to SimRC and Jürgen Frank with a 1 minute 37 there. Alongside him on that row going to be Logitech G Altus Esports. Those two teams in a tie for 2nd place in points right now. This is going to be an important race in their championship battle. Glacier Racing starts out of 3rd with Core Sim Racing GT there. Cars now starting to roll, so the remainder of your grid on screen as we get ready for round 5 Sports Car Open at Barcelona. So behind the pace car with a truncated pace lap, our LMP1 grid getting ready to get underway. Movano with a strong presence up the front of the grid, as you can see there, but the pole time belongs to Race Clutch, who've been very, very quick in these LMP1 machines of late. Pace car is in, our leader holds them, they roll towards the start. 4 hours on the clock, green flag, waiting, and we get underway now. A great jump there, but Impulse, big jump there to go 3 wide, a little bit of contact. The second Race Clutch car trying to get involved as well. Clean start right up the front, but a couple of fenders rubbing already. The long run down towards turn 1, turn 2 and turn 3. LMP1 grid all cleanly through turn 1 now. Staggered starts here in Sports Car Open. LMP2 will be next. They're underway, and a huge jump from Simsa, but a lot of side-by-side battling behind. Will everyone make it cleanly through the turn 1-2 complex? They will in that class. Lorenzo, let's take a look at GTEs.
We got SimRC already having a good launch, but 3 wide, coming to turn 1 with Glacier. Logitech, and then Core. And cars have to back away, try to avoid contact into turn 1 and 2. But so far, everybody looking clean and studying just far.
So your pole sitter there, SimRC with the great jump, but from the second row, Core Sim Racing GT have put their BMW into second place, and side by side right behind, and some contact elsewhere out on the circuit as well. So a hectic start for all of our competitors. Racing remains green.
Catalunya is a complicated track for you to make moves and try to be safe, because so many of the curves when you're going to the back section are pincher curves, so you have to be mindful where you're going to place that car. And as you guys can see, we're going to round out lap 1 with Raceless still in the lead.
A lot of pressure on them right now. Movano right in their slipstream, and a big train for these high-performance LMP1 cars. We've seen in previous races that Race Clutch can be very quick out of the gate and maybe struggling with their hybrid energy. They are only leading by 1 car length after 1 lap. A couple of positions swapping throughout the field, and in GTE there is a lot of side-by-side battling that still goes on there. We've had some big gainers. Buller Racing Team Euronics for one.
Sorry, man. My windows over here just bugged out for a second. I couldn't hear Dave hit the button.
No worries, Lorenzo. So 1.5 laps done, 2 minutes completed, and the racing continues to be very close up front. And very early to be thinking about pit stops, but they come around very quickly for these LMP1 and LMP2 cars. Only 40 minutes or so to a stint. Pit lane's going to be a busy place in this race, but number 20 Movano car currently focused on not letting our leader get away one bit. A lot of pressure in the early laps of this race here. Track position might be very key when our prototypes come to lap the GTE field, Lorenzo.
It will be complicated for managed traffic over here. Like I mentioned, that back section is a pincher, so you need to be very careful when making moves, and especially when you come into the elbow, which leads to the back straight, the small back straight of Barcelona, where you can actually get tangled up with maybe 1 or 2 cars, and going too wide over there, it can be complicated and it can result in an accident. LMP2,
a field we haven't looked at a whole lot since their start of this race. Simsa still leading there, but I'm seeing Core Sim Racing P2 is having jumped 2 positions, and most of that at the expense of RevMatch UGX, who started in second place, now down into 4th. So a few positions changed there in the opening laps. That's Simsa and Core, some of your real strong names in this field, and they're coming towards the 4 here. Impulse in 5th we're looking at. They're also looking to put that pressure on RevMatch UGX in their very colourful car that you can spot from quite some distance. Maybe a colourful start that they're having as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Colourful cars, and for the championship standings, if you are to think on P2, it is where it can get very tangled up, because RevMatch, if they want to actually get a shot in the championship, they need a good result, and getting past through the Devotion Sim Racing blue car right ahead of them would be amazing for them in terms of results. But here's one thing: if you see those yellow sausage curves over here on the track, you cannot get over them, because if you do, that will be further damage in the car, especially for the P2s. That will take at least 15 kilometers out of your top speed.
Yeah, indeed, both of the prototype classes very sensitive aerodynamically with their underbodies that you can damage and slow yourself down if you go off track and hit any of the yellow curbs. Switch for position in LMP1 though. Race Clutch back into second, Movano up into first. Eventually have a look at where that happened, but the pressure was on from the drop of the green flag. Here is the replay. The 20 already ahead of the 15 at this point. So we'll look down the front straight, the pit straight. Lots of deployed energy for number 20 Movano towards the inside. Only half an attempt at a defensive move from Race Clutch, and down the inside and into the lead went Movano. About how you'd expect a lot of the overtaking to happen around here at Barcelona, with a very long pit straight, a very twisty rest of the circuit, I think it's fair to say, Lorenzo.
Yeah, basically the only opportunity for you to make an overtake is right before the elbow, the right hand elbow, as the LMP1's just gone by, and then is the main straight where you're going to deploy everything. And for Movano, that number 20 car, I think that is all in basically for this race. because they still have an advantage. They need to catch up. There's still some points to catch up to the to be done, and they have 13 points advantage to the red line yellow car. And the one thing they want to, as they go into lap traffic right now, is not get a good result. Sorry, not getting a bad result.
Great battle pack here deeper in the LMP1 field. Looks like it was Burst Esports and Element Sim Racing battling, but yes, Burst around the outside are just going to lose out on that one, I think. The front of this pack, though, have indeed reached the tail end of the GTE field. Someone was around there, a very, very slow Radicals Ferrari that is being passed by all of the LMP1 cars. He was offline and very, very well off pace as well. So lots going on in all the categories, and in LMP1 it's feast and famine for Movano Sim Racing team. They've gone into the lead with one of their cars, but the number 21 that started in second is now all the way back into 7th. So there could have been some damage in the opening laps on that car, and now traffic, more contact, 3 wide. And what did you see happening there, Lorenzo?
And I was gonna mention that 21 car trying to mix themselves in a three wide tangle right around the elbow, and that's something you really don't want to do. You got on the replay, you should see it coming up really soon right around the elbow, which is about, if I'm correct here, turns 7 and 8 on the track. And you're gonna see that car is gonna be touching with the red line blue and Positive Sim Racing, I think. And then for the red line blue car, that back end, that fin is slightly damaged.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Patrick Wolf driving the red line blue car, bit of damage on that we're going to see happen from on board with the number 21 Mike Partington. So 2 wide GTE cars battling, LMP1 cars stacking up behind them on the way up the hill here. And this is a traffic jam and a half to try and negotiate. Mike Partington goes down the inside just as Team Redline Blue are trying to close the door, and then you can see Ferrari GTEs 2 wide battling down in towards the hairpin. So 3 wide, several classes involved there, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of damage and straight line speed missing from both of those cars, the LMP1 cars we saw touch. This is Patrick Wolf's view. You can see his rear vision as well. So that is a very clean shark fin right now. He checks up major for all of the traffic. The Movano car dives down the inside as Wolf is trying maybe to close the door, but I think the speeds caught everyone out there.
Yeah, because there's so much difference in speed and downforce in this track, and coming up to that uphill section is very complicated because it is kind of a blind turn when you come into that right-hander, especially at the tail end of that right-hander, and you need to be sure that your speed is not superior to the slower cars. Otherwise, if you don't have room enough to, go away off the track and don't get involved in a crash, you're probably going to get involved in an incident.
Yep, so some big changes up the front of LMP1. Impulse Racing LMP1 have moved themselves up into 2nd place. Our pole-sitting race clutch car now back into 3rd, so Impulse making good work through the traffic. They've only got 2 more GTE cars to go past. This is our leading battle in GTE. The Core BMW, the Sim RC BMW as well, and they make their way easily around the outside of the long turn 3. And this battle in LMP1 is then allowed to continue. Bellis Remignac has dropped 2 positions in about 10 minutes of racing. He's still in touch with 2nd place. Same to be said for Sindre Setsource, who is now closing in just a little bit on Jürgen Frank. Great jump on the first lap from Jürgen Frank, but now Setsource getting in the slipstream, hitting his rhythm, and has obviously had a slightly easier time with the traffic.
Yeah, he did, and now you can see that Setsource is actually going to try to use the draft, maybe use the LMP1 to his advantage, because already Jürgen Frank is closing down the outside, but Cinder Setsource already kind of got blocked by the Burst Esports, but then he actually shunted in a little bit of weight there, SMRC, and might leave a room to be open for Setsource to make an attack.
Yeah, indeed, still a lot more traffic to get past these cars. Element down the inside of Core now looking to size up Sim RC, but they have to wait through these long, slow chicanes. That's where the LMP1 cars are actually at their weakest. They lack the mechanical grip, but they've got a lot of punch in a straight line, a lot of aerodynamics. And shout out to the Tractor Boy Audi LMP1 making its way through as well. A lot of Porsche 919 hybrids in this field. Always good to see someone giving the Audi a go.
Yeah, we love to see the Audi go. If I have to choose between the LMP1s, I would have chosen the Audi. I know the Audi is not the popular choice because it's not faster than the Porsche in a straight line, but it has better fuel efficiency. But hey, give some Audi the love, man. They deserve it.
Yeah, it's Satellite Racing P1 Syandra driving right now. He's, well, 10th in class. The only car behind him running is Leo Racing Team, and Team Redline LMP Yellow is looking like potentially a retirement at this point. I'm not sure. We'll get more news on that later on.
Oh, I just noticed something. Redline Yellow, I think, has connection problems. He's dropping back several places. Yeah,
so dramas for all of the Team Redline LMP cars. We've seen the blue car with some damage to the rear fin there, and also maybe some technical issues for Team Redline LMP Yellow. Really tough for those guys, but it creates some opportunity in that class for some of the other drivers where Movano are still leading. GTE, always a popular category though. Far more relatable to what you might see on the road, even if underneath the skin they're very, very close to purpose-built race cars. Sindre Setsource there, a bit of alliteration confusing me maybe, rode a little bit of the curbs in a few places here. Looks like he's pushing to make sure he stays with SimRC. Down the long pit straight, he'll be right into that toe. That'll help him stay close.
Yeah, but one of the things we have to talk about this track is this is usually a mid to high downforce track, so don't expect a lot of overtakes in the more twisty sections unless you have a big opening to work with, especially in those GTE cars. In the P2s and P1s might be different because you have the deployment and the P2s are quite effective under the draft. So for the GTEs, it's an exception. You have to work your way up. Manage to find a gap, and then if you come to the straight line or the start finish line, if you have a chance and you want to go for it, might be your only opportunity in the entire track.
Yep, so a great battle at the head of GTE. LMP2, a class we sometimes overlook that doesn't quite get enough love. It's got its own battles going on, those open cockpit prototypes that no hybrid systems, so not as easy to blow past the GTE cars. Alex Trainer leading that for Simsa Esports LMP2. I think I see a battle 3rd and 4th though. Revmatch Esports UGX, Devotion Sim Racing Blue, some we had been looking at. Revmatch Esports UGX pole sitters, if I remember, or they were definitely on the front row, so they're now back into 3rd.
Yeah, the pole sitter was actually Simsa, and actually they broke away quite a lengthy gap to core. I think of all grids, I think the LMP2 is the most separated. First to second is nearly 4 seconds. Then second to third is 1 second. Third to fourth is 1 second. Fourth to fifth is 1.2 seconds. So there isn't much in terms of train drafts like the GTEs actually happen. So good job on Simsa so far to go away with the lead and still retain P1 in this early stage of the race.
LMP1, and what a massive lead that Movano Sim Racing 20 have managed to build up through the traffic in the opening stint here. 10 seconds clear, but behind them, battles aplenty. Movano, this is that leading car. He's catching the LMP2 field, diving down the inside into turn 1. It's Impulse Racing LMP1, Race Clutch 15 and Race Clutch 16, all battling over 2nd, 3rd and 4th, just a little bit behind this. So if Matt Farrow can be clever through the traffic, he'll definitely build a nice bit of time in his pocket for when the pit stops come around. He won't have to be so worried about that. Matt Farrow's been very, very quick in these LMP1 cars, so a good man to have behind the wheel for the number 20 Movano.
Yeah, a good driver and one of the fastest drivers for LMP1s that I know of. And I think for Matt right now is a race that he should just manage to avoid getting into incidents or maybe get incident penalties due to off tracks and else. Because basically, he has a...
Oh, big checkup, 4 wide here, Lorenzo. LMP2 field massively checked up, trying to come through the GTE field. Tough moment for Matt Farrow, also trying to work his way through this. That's the core LMP2 there, and there was almost going to be a huge accident, as I think some of the LMP2 cars were trying to dive down the inside of the Zenith GTE, which then almost collects the rear of Movano Sim Racing team. This is why we watch some of this multi-class racing action, because there's always a battle going on, but there's always excitement through the traffic, and I think we're going to see 3 wide easily. This is where the hybrid power of the LMP1 cars comes into its own, as Matt Farrow sweeps past 4 or 5 cars on his run down to turn 1. Going to take a replay of that moment into the hairpin and try and maybe dissect it, but the LMP2 field definitely 3 wide with a GTE car in the middle. Let's take a second look, Lorenzo.
Yeah, as you can see, the rev match is actually going to dive in the inside of Hellenic Racing, which caught Ford by surprise. Ford actually touches the rear end, the front end, the front splitter of their car on the left side on the rear of rev match. It allows Devotion to come. It kind of allows Impulse also to be closer to them, and that's what goes the 4 wide. And then Matt Farrow just said, no, I don't want these piece of the pie, so he backs away, you know, quite smartly, and avoids a probable race ending contact.
Yeah, certainly when we first cut to that shot, it looked like it was going to be a massive accident, and all the cars continuing on, which is great to see at this early stage of this race. You never want to be wiped out in the first 20 minutes of a 4-hour race. Here's our LMP2 leader, impervious to some of the problems of the other cars in his class. He's starting to catch some GTE cars, including that Radicals Online BMW. Radical's one of the odd teams with their eggs in different baskets, with a Ferrari and a BMW in the GTE class. We see here Alex Trainer having a much tougher time getting through traffic than the LMP1 cars have, because he doesn't have that big hundreds of horsepower of hybrid punch off the corners. Where he is quick though is through the high speed corners. He's lighter, he's got more downforce, and that is a great picture to show you the speed differences between the GTE cars and those LMP1 cars.
Yes, it is basically more than 20 kilometers down the straight for these LMP1 and GTE cars in terms of when you come to the straight line, where the GTEs top around 260, 265 down the straight, and the LMP1s go at around 285 maximum, or even 290 on the draft. So it's a big speed difference, but what staggers more is actually how they actually handle the turns, which is more staggering. The speed the LMP1s and LMP2 can carry around the corners. That's for the GT car actually is now really close to the Sim RC, battling for the lead of GTEs.
Yep, exactly. Lead battle very close, and stalking them in 3rd place in the background, Thomas Tatala for Logitech G Altus Esports. Again, that car tied in points in 2nd place, so they're really hoping that they could close as much as possible on the lead, and I think they've done a very good job of it through the chicane. They were 2 seconds back, now closer to about 1.5 seconds back off the lead. They'll be hoping that 1st and 2nd place fight. And news coming through, drive-through penalty for the race clutch number 16. Lorenzo, I think you have your eyes on the penalty sheet. What has that been for?
Just taking a quick look over here, which is unnecessary contact with the 121. I just tried to look real here. It is the Radicals Online MOATM. So it is around lap 4. So they're gonna. That
checks out. We saw that. We saw that Radicals Ferrari sideways in turn 3, right as the LMP1 leaders were coming through. Didn't initially see what caused that, but apparently race clutch 16 taking too much of a risk, unnecessary contact coming through there. It's unfortunate for Radicals, and very tough for that race clutch car that was doing well up the front of the field, now with a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, now he's actually he's 2 laps, 1 lap back compared to the top 3 in the GT3 class, GTE class. So he's gonna have some time to work with, but it's not a long time. He has around 3 hours and 40 minutes, so it's long, but 4 hours of race is basically a sprint race compared to the other races in the schedule. So
we've been watching these GTE leaders, and Sindre Setsos now almost looking like he might be being held up a little bit by Jürgen Frank and Sim RC. Been keeping an eye on the times, and Logitech G Altus Esports, that Ferrari, inches closer every lap. Was 0.2 of a second last time across the line. This time it's another 0.3. So solid work by them, inching towards the race lead. I wonder, SimRC, great qualifying lap, great opening couple of laps. What is it about their car or their setup that they're just not managing to maintain that pace deeper into the stint? That could be very important in all of these classes when we think about the pit stops and when and how drivers will take tyres. Will GTE teams be double stinting? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's a much bigger question for the prototype cars, where we often see LMP1 drivers double stinting tyres. We often see the LMP2 cars treble stinting tyres. That's been one of the big keys to success for this team, Simsa Esports LMP2, saving their tyres for deeper in the race, managing to make some treble stints work. The car very, very light on its feet, and the tyres pretty durable, so the only car in this race is that HPD that is going to be triple stinting tyres, I think. But that's a big question for these 4-hour races, is always the strategy.
One of these, like I was talking to David, my main car is the HPD, so I know a little bit more, but this is one of the fewest tracks I haven't actually raced with the HPD, so my knowledge with the track is actually pretty much limited. But it is the car that doesn't spin a lot of rubber unless it is high friction tracks like Suzuki, for example. But for the HPD, I can definitely say that under the weather that we have here right now, which is 22 degrees Celsius on the track, there is a high possibility for them to actually triple stint tires. It is within the realm, but I want to be sure if it is actually the proper strategy for 4-hour races.
Battle in LMP1, that's the UI1 Positive Sim Racing car. I think getting past Team Redline LMP Blue. Still a bunch of damage on that blue car. Here is the replay. They made their way past some traffic in the final corners, then pulling to the inside. Down the inside he went. And when we're done with this replay, Lorenzo, what do you see?
Oh, rev match going around on turn 2. Oh, rev match was actually in a battle, sorry. Yeah, rev match was in a battle with Impulse, and Impulse, I think, may have missed the breaking point. These guys can see on the replay, and he's coming back. He's going to come back around the track, the rev match 68. And he's going to hit it probably, I think that's the Bila car on the way out. As you guys now see on the replay, here comes Impulse and both rev match on the braking line. I think Impulse is going to basically see on the inside. He's not going to have the room to work with. Rev match goes on the outside. He doesn't see, I think that's the Bila, and it goes around on turn 2. Luckily, it was on the apex to make more power up.
Wow, indeed. Yeah, that could have been a bigger incident. So we'll take a look once again. Leighton Moo just gets the nose down the inside, and that was enough to wiggle the rev match car off the circuit. But that rejoin, very, very unfortunate, collecting the Bila car as well. And in the end, it costs rev match a lot of time, and they've probably picked up a bunch of damage off that as well. Rev match have done very, very well in this car in this championship, and this race, round 5, is not really going their way right now.
No, it's not, especially for the battle in the standings. They are the leaders in the championship, but if they let Simsa run away, which is a P2 in the standings, you know, it could become a tight-packed battle when the last round in Silverstone comes, and that's a worst-case scenario for the rev match team right now.
Satellite Racing, the Audi, making a move on a rather damaged-looking Movano car, and they hit check once again. A lot of damage on the rear wing of that Movano car, and in several corners on the back, it looks rather damaged indeed. Good news is that the LMP1 cars can be repaired very quickly with a new rear clip. The bad news is that they are bleeding time right now, losing positions, and that is going to be hurting them and bad. Now I see some damage on the front left as well. The only good thing, I think, for Movano here is this is their 21 car, not the number 20 that was leading.
Yeah, it is not. The 21 car, I'm just taking a look at standings. They are in 5th, so still fighting for top 5 in the championship. But yeah, that damage is going to, you know, pretty much impact their pace quite a lot. And they're not going to come into the pits, which is the natural thing. They can still keep it on the track, not lose a lot of time. They might lose at least half a second to 1 second with their damage, but It's still manageable. It isn't a, the most disastrous thing to happen. They can manage it. Don't worry.
Well, the lap before this one, they were 5 seconds slower than their sister car, and then the lap they just completed, they were 7 seconds slower than their sister car. So the number 21, bleeding time to the tune of more than 5 seconds a lap right now, which is why I was surprised we didn't see them come in. Maybe they just want to get 1 or 2 more laps done so that they can get to the end without an extra pit stop. That's the only other thing I can really think of. Lead of GTE, we're just seeing SimRC have built a little bit more time in their pocket as there was a lot of lapped traffic coming through that sat in between. Same was true for Altus Esports, who were really closing in, and then we saw one shot of them in the final chicane with 3 prototypes separating them from core, and that dropped them back a little bit. But if they're being good to their tyres, or if they think the Ferrari has any fuel economy tricks up its sleeve compared to the BMW, they're certainly still in the fight. Anyone's game at the front of GTE.
Yeah, the GTE battle will be very interesting because it is anybody's game up in the front in terms of strategies. If you played the right strategy when it comes to the second half of the race, you might have a shot in winning it. So don't count out Logitech Altus Esports, even though they are in 3rd place and quite a ways back to Core and SimRC. They're still our contenders. They just need to play their cards right.
Yeah, and you mentioned about the weather a little bit earlier, Lorenzo. I'm looking at that too. Currently 23 degrees Celsius for the track temperature. That's very, very cool indeed, and I think that will definitely lead to a lot of the GTE teams double stinting. All the information there up on your screen. A relatively moderate day in Spain today, it looks like, at 23 degrees Celsius. Only a little bit of wind out there. We'll be back with a little bit more Sports Car Open coverage in 1 minute. Welcome back to Race Sport coverage. Sports Car Open Round 5, 4 hours of Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And we are just past 30 minutes into this race. Round 5 of 6 in this championship. So we're going to take a quick look at the points standings. Gives us a good idea of the picture that we are looking at. So the points leader in LMP1 and the standings.
I do. All right, here we go. The points then.
Lorenzo, points in LMP1.
All right, here we go. Sorry, David. P1 is actually for Movano's racing team, the 20 car, and second place is Redline LMP Yellow. Third spot goes to Race Clutch 15. 4 is Redline LMP Blue, and top 5 would be Movano Sim Racing 21. If we go to the P2 class, it's Rev Match in the lead of the P2 class, followed by Simsa Esports LMP2. 4 Race Sim Racing P2 is in third, Devotion Sim Racing Red is in fourth, and Impulse rounds out the top 5 in LMP2. And finally in GTs, is Team Redline GT in the lead, followed by Logitech's G Altus Esports in second. SimRC is tied with points in third place. Core Sim Racing is in fourth, and Vendaval Team Racing Blue, which is absent of this round per se, is in fifth place in the GTE standings, David.
Yep, there we go. So with about 35 minutes of racing complete, we're looking at pit stops rather soon for the LMP1 and LMP2 field. We've seen various different strategies from LMP1 cars between some teams pitting exactly every 40 minutes in LMP1 and others trying to stretch their stints out closer towards 45 minutes. Memory serves, Movano have been one of those teams that haven't worried about trying to cut out a pit stop. They've just worried about being on the freshest tyres and being able to set the fastest laps, so maybe look for them to pit in a couple of laps time. The only team we have seen pit in LMP1, Race Clutch 16 have served their drive-through. Race Clutch 15 had some damage, and Movano Sim Racing team, that number 21 we saw, the walking wounded, they've had to make a minute and a half of repairs. So at the front of GTE though, it's closing back up again ever so slightly. SimRC, it's swapped there. I think I'm seeing Core now in front of SimRC. That is indeed correct. So a change for positions at the front of GTE. Altus Esports still in third. Jürgen Frank has now lost the lead.
Yeah, that was 2 laps ago on lap 20 for the GTEs, where Jürgen Frank make a really diving move on the fifth to last turn, which just leads right before the chicane, which would lead eventually to the start-finish line, and he nabbed away that lead from SimRC, and that actually allowed Logitech to close down the gap, but because the traffic is now somewhat separated between the three teams.
Yep, LMP2 cars working through there as well. Plenty of traffic, despite using the full Grand Prix layout, and not the first 3 wide moment we've seen on the front stretch there. Interesting move from SimRC, trying to follow the slipstream of the LMP2 car. A little bit of a weave there, but they're doing everything they can to make sure they stay in touch with Sindre Setsos and that Core car, which takes a big wallop of curb through turn 1. I think the GTE cars can get away with that a little easier than the prototypes can.
Yeah, they can, because they don't get a 4 damage, and it's kind of funny. I saw at one point, I think Core was actually just riding in the middle, just the middle of the sausage curve, that a turtle curve, and nothing would actually happen to the car. But if you actually go with 2 tires in, maybe 3 tires in, and that's a possibility, believe me or not, I tested it before, I'm an expert to this, then you can go dead. But please, people, do not try this at home.
So GTE battle remaining, one of the most interesting ones to watch. Tyres or no tyres at the pit stop. I think we're expecting a lot of these teams to double stint, but that is always a question. And in LMP2, a couple of positions have changed. RevMatch are making great progress on trying to hunt down Relay Sim Racing for 10th. I think I saw TNT and World of Sim Racing swapping positions further up the road as well. So while this field has spread out a little more than some of the others, still plenty of intrigue to watch in this one. And again, the tyre strategy interesting in this class as well. Double stints almost guaranteed, but triple stints, will we see some of them like we saw at the Nürburgring one of the previous rounds? Always a question in LMP2. Rev match, what about the potential of a penalty for them for their rejoin? What about the potential of a penalty for Impulse for tipping Rev match into that little spin? You take a look at some of the side pods on that LMP2 car, Lorenzo, and they're not how they're meant to be. That car's been in some wars.
Yeah, which is the funny thing, it's been in some wars, but I'm looking over here, the protests and everything. It doesn't sound there was a protest for that touch with the Rev match. I'm just trying to take a look at it. The only thing I see with Rev match is a possible collision with the number 80, of course, in Racing P2, but that is not related to the incident in turn 1.
Yep, stewards in this series always rather busy, rather methodical, working their way through all of the protests one by one, and some incidents we've seen that they might take a look at but haven't gotten around to yet as they work through those incidents in order, one by one. A couple of penalties were given out at the start of this race for registering with the incorrect number. Be a drive-through penalty for what's the number 3, the number 77, and the 110. So making sure you've got your house in order before the start of the race, surely the best way to be prepared for a good race.
Yes, you need to be always prepared for a good race, because even in track like this where everything can get hectic, and you know, it is on the official calendar, believe it or not, this is actually the real schedule for this ILMS, you know, series. So they did train officially for this track. Instead of 4 hours, you do 1 hour with the LMPs, with the LMP1s, LMP2s, and GTEs. But you know, 1 hour just of racing won't give you the full story when you have to handle traffic for 4 hours. Go ahead.
Onto the pit lane. Couple cars on the pit lane. We've now reached just past that 40 minutes that I thought some of these cars would go. If your Team Redline LMP Blue, Patrick Wolf there, nursing damage almost this whole stint long, makes a lot of sense to come in right now. And no repairs.
David, well, I am here, so let's go. Since David, we'll come back eventually. We're seeing Redline on the pits, and they didn't do in terms of anything regarding damage. They just normal pit, just put fuel in, coming back out. Patrick Wolf now in 7th place as he comes out of pit lane. Do we have David back? All right, here we go. So we're still about a few more minutes until the leaders come in, because Movano is still coming in. Oh, that's a very hefty entry for the pit lane for Movano. Basically, in the midway point through the turn, he saw it. He wouldn't have fuel for less one more laps. So Matt Farrell coming in right now into pit lane, and I'm curious right now if he actually would get a penalty, because that kind of joint would earn you a penalty through the pit lane. So we still are so about the LMP2, so you guys are wondering, pit lane, it is about 55 minutes, 1 hour, so they're not due to pit lane anytime soon. I can see also Impulse coming into the pit lane for their service. Matt Farrell is coming out right now. He's probably going to be still retaining the lead of this race. He had a lengthy gap to Impulse and any other car in the track. He had around 20 seconds in the track when he actually came into the pits.
Yep, so that's when we expected most of those LMP1 pit stops to take place. And oh, he's all the way off the circuit, trying to make sure he doesn't make any contact with Williams' Jim as he puts a lapping maneuver on that Ferrari.
Yeah, he did. Now he has still one more Ferrari of that's inertia, and then there's Score Racing P2, Sim Racing P2. And one thing that is really interesting in the scenario of the championship, David, we're looking at in all classes, I believe things will eventually get a whole lot tangled up when they come into Silverstone, because you know, some of the leaders, except for Movano, are actually not in the lead of this race, and it can get a little bit clunky when we actually do the scoring points.
Yeah, indeed. Some of the championship leading cars are having a struggle for this round here as well. Redline GT car, they've got a big points lead. They're not running right up the front of that class though. So we'll see if they can move their way further up the order. But it is...
And then we still have a battle between Artifact Racing and World Sim Racing Team, the number 51 and the number 87. That's for P6 in the class, and Arjuna Kankipati have to narrowly avoid the 169 car. That is, just to take a quick look, that's Gilbert Racing Esports GTE. Just because of that, actually, that 3/10 of a battle is actually the whittle away for 1 second. So Kankipati once again has to, you know, claw himself back up, but then he actually tells Lorenzo, I'm going to the pits, I don't care what you say. So Kankipati coming into the pit for the service, and while there are some other cars, I see Devotion Team Racing Blue, which is P2 in the class, doing his pit service, and several other LMP2s, HPDs coming into the pit lane as we speak. We also have Satellite P1 in the pits, and if I'm not mistaken, you guys chat can correct me on that, is this, of course, the GTEs are not due to come into the pit lane in around the hour if they do some fuel saving. Yeah. And here we go, full service for Cyandra. And that's 44 seconds for Cyandra, unless there was additional repairs to that satellite team, which is highly unlikely. But he came with some damage on that back end of the car, and he comes out just about, I was gonna say P8 or P9 in the standings.
Well, I guess the if you're in that Audi, you can stretch the fuel a little bit longer, and I guess that's the kind of strategy they must be aiming for, Lorenzo.
Yes, it is something that you try to aim for if you're on the P2s. If you get 45 minutes in, 45 to 15 minutes in terms of fuel, that is amazing. You probably would be in the golden spot. You still would have to take a splash and dash at the end though, because you cannot get 1 hour with this car. And if you did get 1 hour with this car, even with the Audi, I would be shocked, unless you're Team Chimera, which we all know they're the gods of saving fuel. So well, if Chimera had an LMP1, then we could talk about 1 hour, but the rest of the teams, well, good job in trying to save fuel, but they're doing their best.
Yeah, so a fuel restriction in place for the LMP2 cars in this series makes them pit a little bit more often, and makes the tyre strategy more interesting as well, when it then brings that potential triple stinting into the equation. We see Team Chimera, and there's some things we can blame Randy for, and they are very well aware of that at that team, but I think my connection on my end I can't quite blame Randy for, so I apologise that I've dropped out maybe once or twice. I think I'm good now to go to the end. Ben Tusting will not be good to go to the end, because there's going to be driver swaps needed in that car. He's leading as it is right now.
Yeah, he is leading right now, but eventually he will come down to pit lane. That's 30 laps into the stint of that car, so he's due to come to pit lane anytime soon. I believe that will be on the lap, because I highly see, it's a highly unlikely to see an HPD, and well, I never doubted Team Chimera skills on that. Yeah, he's come to pit lane. There's the possibility of you getting 31 laps in the stint.
Yeah, and of course this is a pretty big lap around the Grand Prix circuit, so to make one lap longer in the stint than other people is definitely more of a challenge than maybe at some shorter circuits. Not that Sports Car Open has visited any particularly short circuits, but that's always the challenge in trying to make your strategy go longer on the stints. Is it's not enough to save half a lap of fuel. To go longer, you've got to save at least one whole lap.
Yeah, and especially in a track, like you said, in a track like this where it's all twisty and you're managing traffic and everything, but still, it isn't enough. You need to, you know, have, you need to be able to get on pace with the other teams, and just saving fuel over here is not the ideal choice. If you're gonna save fuel, the only place I can actually see it saving might be on the back straight, the small back straight, and this long straight. But then again, I believe you have to be under draft to get some good saving and a good pace.
So we said the Team Redline GTE started this season as a pure racing car. Of course, those teams folding into each other and merging. It's the points leading car by quite a significant amount, currently running in 4th, and they're looking like they're going to come under a bit of pressure.
They are going to come under a little bit of pressure. That's the Bila from Tobias Huela that is driving the car and applying some pressure on Patrick Heinrich. And it's going to be really interesting if that Redline and that Redline GTE is actually the leader in the standings. So if they get a good result here, and I already did some cursing with some of the teams, and David as well, I'm going to put like 2% of blame on him, of course, because it can be 100% on me. They are due to get a good placing when it comes to the round of Silverstone.
Yeah, Team Redline GT won the first 3 rounds on the trot, had a difficult time round 4. They still hold on to a 22-point lead, so they're almost one whole race win clear of the rest of the GT field. But with 2 rounds still to go, they need to make sure they bag at least some points. I think top 5 points in the remaining 2 rounds would keep Team Redline GT very, very safe. So they can't afford to tangle with Bila, and Bila a bit further down in the points order. So they have nothing to lose, and Team Redline GT, as the points leaders, do have something to lose and can't afford a non-result.
They can't afford the good result. But one thing we have to talk about as well is there is some most pressure on them to get a good result. But I think the bigger pressure relies on Logitech Gialto's Esports, which is the clear-cut competition in 3rd place. They are quite a lengthy way back. I think that's 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds and a half to SimRC, and I know Tatela is a very capable driver on his own, but if Logitech wants a clear shot of actually winning the championship, they need to, I think, a P2 or P1 in order to see a reality of, we can actually do this.
Definitely an uphill task for anyone in the GT class other than Team Redline to try and grab the championship here. So I guess they're just fighting for everything they can get, try to grab the wins and then see how the points fall at the end. I think we're probably 9 minutes or so from seeing the first of the GTE stops. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some of these teams stop at the top of the hour to fill up the tank and then go to the halfway point of the race, where they then take a tyre change and just try and split the race into 2 halves so that they don't find themselves staying out too long on a second-hand set of tyres. There might also be some teams that try and go as long as they can on this opening tank of fuel, so I think we'll see some spread in the strategy soon, but the first pit takers might be in 3 or 4 laps, one to watch out for. And in an absence of traffic here, Tom Hervela has done a great job closing up on Patrick Heinrich. I think the traffic comes through, Bila lose out a little bit, but he's definitely right back in there as well.
Yeah, he's right back a little bit, and we are seeing the red line blue car, which apparently did some small fix, but it isn't a huge fix on that car. Now we're back with the GTE, still retaining the lead with the Bila. I think the only shot, like I mentioned, from Bila to actually make a move on red line is on the start-finish line, but it needs to count on red line getting involved probably in traffic. I think that rev match can work wonders for Bila if you can use the draft properly. Let's see if Bila is actually going to use it.
Yeah, indeed. It looked like the Bila Ferrari just kind of struggled with the traction out of the slow corners. It was a great run out of that final tight chicane for Patrick Heinrich, and that sort of kept him out of trouble in that long run down towards turn 1. Now the traffic then plays against him here, where suddenly Bila is much closer, but it does all seem to come down to getting good drive out of the penultimate corner through the final corner and then down the front straight. You could be very quick through some of these bits and really struggle to pass unless the traffic falls your way. And these are not our leading Ferraris, but it's interesting that we've got 2 BMWs out front and then a trio of Ferraris for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Different philosophies to how you set up these different GTE cars. We've seen that the Ferrari was obviously very strong in the first 3 rounds where Team Redline took 3 wins on the trot, but here I think BMW is at least looking strong for the moment.
Yeah, they have more pace around the turns than the Ferrari, but still, the Ferraris can match them. I think might be the only car, in my opinion, that can match them in a twisty track like this. Unfortunately, my little Ford GTE is non-present in the track. But then again, the Ford will actually struggle with the curbs and the twisty sections and braking zones. And the Porsche, it has some good speed throughout the corners, but it doesn't match the speed both the Ferrari and the BMW possesses.
Here's Biela Racing Team Euronics best shot, and again they were maybe 1 or 2 car lengths back in the middle of the circuit. Come the final corner, they're just a bit too far back to make a move into turn 1, just not close enough where it counts. So they still stay there in this battle. One of a few little battles in GTE. Obviously, first, second, and third have spread out just a tiny bit more. Williams Gym Esports and Inertia Sim Racing battling over 8th and 9th, but I think a lot of the battles will be about where the different cars are after their first round of pit stops shortly. We look at some LMP2 cars battling here, Lorenzo. Artifact Racing ahead of Relay.
Yeah, we see Artifact ahead of Relay, and that's a battle that kind of closed down a few laps ago, because Artifact actually was on the pit lane. He did a pit stop. I think Riley is on the same pace, but is on the same fuel stint. They both opened the lap, and Andreas Lakeham is just having a better run than Arjuna Kankipati on the last few laps. But we have to mind, they're still under draft for the Kankipati, because the car right ahead of him is Stephen McGarvey. That's the SRN. So it's a 3-car battle for positions in the top 10 standings on the P2 class.
Yeah, Laken gave a little weave towards turn 1, just reminding him that he's there. So this is always an interesting one to watch. In the LMP2 class, a difficult one to drive as the meat in the sandwich, where they've got to be looking ahead at where and how they're going to pass GTE cars, but then also the LMP1 cars still catch up on them. So when it comes to driving through the traffic, they've got to be able to manage both. That's why in these races, winning and losing often comes down to not how quick you can do one lap all by yourself, but how you can set up the moves and set up how you're passed by the different classes so that you lose the minimum amount of time in traffic. And here we see an example of that. Positive Sim Racing diving down the inside and then maybe blocking Artifact Racing a tiny bit on the exit, microscopically, but those are the kind of things you've got to think about.
Yeah, a small wiggle, by the way, from Artifact coming out of the corner. But you said it perfectly. It is all due to, awareness, where you place the car, how you're going to work through traffic, and every little thing will matter in a long race like this. Even in the official setting, actually, it is something like this. But for this track, it's kind of funny if you look at it this way, because it isn't a long track. It has a lot of attrition, and this looks like a little bit of Bathurst in terms of elevation and everything. It isn't Bathurst per se, of course, but it is a track that, if you make the smallest, whoever makes the minor number of mistakes will actually come out on top.
Interesting change of fortunes here for Artifact Racing. They've gone from being pressured from behind to now they really look like they're putting the pressure on SRN Motorsports. So meat in the sandwich of the classes, but also meat in the sandwich of LMP2 cars is Artifact Racing right now. They had a much better run through the final couple sectors, and bit of traffic through that little hairpin there. They're catching a GTE car. This is going to be tough for Stephen McGarvey in SRN Motorsports. He's going to have to go down the inside of the Huber Racing car, and close enough is Artifact that they follow on through. So that's where it hurts Stephen McGarvey, but Arjuna Kankipati can follow exactly the same line and stay close. A dive down the inside here? No move going to happen just yet.
It's probably not going to happen anytime soon, those moves. If you're going to try to make moves with the LMP2s, it has to be on the backstretch or even on the start-finish line. And there's a small chance you can actually do if you get a good run on turn 5. If you actually get a good run, it's quite complicated, but you actually can do it on the left side just right before the uphill right-handers. But here comes
looking
Artifact.
Close, Lorenzo. Yeah, he's right in the slipstream. Got a great run out of the final corner, so now he pulls to the inside of turn 1. Artifact Racing to the inside of SRN. and that looks like move done. I think Stephen McGarvey realized when his goose was cooked on that one, let Artifact go down the inside, and then swaps back to get his nose down the inside of turn 3. Is it going to work? He can't quite hold the same momentum as Artifact Racing have around the inside. Now it's Relay Sim Racing's turn to have a look at SRN, and Andreas Lakem was not quite close enough, but again, GTE traffic is going to play into this. Looks like the Simsa Porsche now holding up Artifact slightly. They'll move to the inside, but will the other LMP2 cars get through before the next corner? SRN Motorsports have to wait. Relay Sim Racing also a little bit patient as well. They're going to get down the inside here. No, that Porsche slots between them, and that hurts the momentum for Relay Sim Racing, gives SRN a little breather that they might not lose 2 positions in 1 lap.
And Relay is actually going to have to lay back a little bit, and because there's a Radicals online Ferrari right ahead of him, so he's going to have to hang back a little bit, wait for the perfect move to strike, and then make the move. Just a quick update, you guys are wondering, you guys probably saw on the top of your screen that Simsa Esports LMP2 is not in the lead anymore, and Devotion Sim Racing Blue is. What happened is on turn 4, like about 3 laps ago, Satellite P1, that is lap 35, the last time I saw it. Right around turn 40, probably can see it on the replay. As he opens, Alex Trainer is going to open up the lap, and there's the Satellite just right behind him. And they're going to come on turn 1, there will be everything nice and clean. And you guys can see the AAA Esports, there's a GTE car right ahead of him. You're gonna get a little bit tangled up. You're gonna have to, you know, go to the inside for the right move, and then comes Satellite, and everything's gonna get tangled up right now. Satellite on the inside, and he kind of understeers and then tackles the Simsa Esports car, and he has to back out and nearly got inertia in Williams. And you're gonna see now Devotion just around the edge, making the overtake and taking P1 in the LMP2 class.
So a tough break for our what was our race-leading car in Simsa. We saw there a little bit of understeer, push wide from Satellite Racing, tips the LMP2 car into a spin, and boy were they lucky to get away with only that, because some of the other cars arriving on the scene had to make some late avoiding action to avoid a bigger incident. One of the inertia cars there, hairy moment for them. We're now past the top of the hour. We're expecting some GTE pit stops to potentially happen soon. This is Core Sim Racing GT. Sindre Setsos still leading. Jürgen Frank now just a couple seconds further back, and Logitech G Altus Esports still running around in 3rd. Team Redline GT in 4th. Didn't succumb to the pressure of Biela Racing Team just yet. We'll see what the pit stops might have in store in a couple laps time for these GT teams.
Yeah, and this is what actually things will pick up the action, because now we're going to see if teams are going to go for single staining the tires, then double staining on the next one, trying to make it vintage where the track is actually going to raise temperature. It's still 25 degrees Celsius, but that heat is actually going to build up on the track, and it's going to be eventually on the 30s, and you know, double staining the tires might not be the best option when it's over 30 degrees. So I think some of the teams might go for tires, double stint them, and the last pit stop maybe go for the single stint and try to maximize the usage of the rubber.
Late dive into the lane from Sindre Setsos, just within the borders of legality, but he's going to lead the field into the pits. We'll see who follows, who stays out. We thought just past the top of the hour was the most likely time. So the Core Sim Racing GT comes in, Sim RC in as well, 3rd place Altus Esports in as well. So your top 3 all pitting on the same lap. Fueling takes place first, and then if they're going to take tyres, you'll see the car on the jack. And there, so Patrick Heinrich now going to cycle through into the lead. He might have just 1 or 2 more laps in his car. We've got about 10 seconds before we see if Sindre Setsos is going to take tyres, and if he'd then regain the lead after the pit stops. You mentioned the track temperature, Lorenzo, and I think the key point here is it's 5 minutes past 10 in the morning in sim time. The track is just going to keep getting hotter from here, but it's interesting to see a lot of these teams are going to take tyres. Altus on the jacks, Core on the jacks, and who else was in that fight? Biela now in the pit lane. Sim RC, no tires for them, Lorenzo.
Yeah, so like again, it is where we're gonna start to see where the teams are gonna make the strats of, you know, who's gonna save tires, who's gonna put the tires and try to go for double staining. If they actually double stain the tires on these next 2 hours of the race. So this is where everything is gonna get, you know, a little bit hectic and interesting for this race. And then we come to the final hour, we're gonna see who's coming out on top. And this is quite interesting because it will break the moment of Rev Match. They actually got a black flag for that dangerous re-entry and contact with the 147 of Bila Aeronix 5.
So bad goes to worse then for RevMatch Esports UGX, but it opens up in GTE a lot of interesting potential ways that this could go. Several of the teams taking a new set of tyres at this point, potentially expecting the track temperatures to keep rising, and then also expecting that there's just a lot of turns, a lot of medium speed corners around this lap. Maybe you just lose too much time on an old set of tyres. A stint is about 37 or 38 laps. It takes 25 laps to, sorry, it takes 25 seconds, excuse me, to put on a new set of tyres. So if the old set of tyres costs you more than 6 or 7 tenths of a second per lap, you will have been better getting a new set of tyres. A lot of these teams will have crunched those numbers, and the remaining cars in GT on pit lane now, all of these going at least 1 lap longer than our leaders, Lorenzo.
Yes, and we for now we can tell how that 1 lap extra will actually do to those Ferraris or to those teams specifically. And I just saw it, I think they didn't put any tires in, so both Redline and Bila 4 coming out of the pits now. That's quite a lengthy pit lane. It is 60, I think 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, but still lengthy pit lane over here in the Spanish track.
A lot of double stints from GT teams deeper in the field, looking to gain a bit of track position. No tyres for Team Redline GT or Bila, as you saw. Also, no tyres for Glacier Racing, Prologue React Esports, or Williams Gym Esports. So maybe if you're the leader, taking a new set of tyres will work to your advantage. But those cars buried a bit deeper in the field, looking for some track position, looking for anything to improve their fortunes in this race. They've all decided to take fuel only at that pit stop. I'm also not seeing many driver changes out there either, and that probably fits what we expect from a 4-hour race, where a lot of teams would only swap their drivers at the halfway point, split it equally into 2 stints for one driver, then 2 stints for the next, but they are free to do it how they please.
And you're free to do how you please as long as they respect. Oh, I'm sorry. Good save by Tony Raprasad on Devotion on turn 3. Oh, that was scary for Tony. As he goes into turn 3, he basically clips the AstroTurf on the exit of turn 3, and he has to lock the brakes of that HPD to avoid contact with the wall.
Take a look here on the replay. Devotion Sim Racing Red through turn 3. Nice white wheels they've got. They definitely stand out on that car, but you see the AstroTurf is so slippery on the outside there, and that was the right thing to do, to stand on those brakes rather than try and catch that slide and continue to see the car spin towards the inside wall there. I've definitely seen drivers hit that inside wall on the inside of turn 3, and I guess that's what the AstroTurf is there to try and enforce those track limits. Going to see it from on board, and you see the reactions of Tony Repassard in this here as he might have just had a little bit of aero push through the middle of the corner that put him out wide. And here is the moment right there. Not a lot of grip on that fake grass. Good reactions. That could have been worse.
Yeah, that could have been worse, and good reactions from Repassard. Basically, you get 0 to minimal grip on those AstroTurf. You can still manage it, but it has to be the smallest of smallest of smallest. Kind of like going to a pixel clip into the AstroTurf, because if you actually catch a little bit, even a little bit of it, it's going to happen. The same thing has happened to Tony.
And you can kind of see there's 2 types beside the circuit here. There's the green painted concrete. The drivers can get away with using some of that, particularly on the exit of the final corner. But then just beyond that, in a couple of places, you can see there's the AstroTurf, which is just a little bit slipperier than the painted concrete, and that is what caught him out. Looking at the LMP1 lead overall, Matt Farrow asserting absolute dominance over this field. 41 seconds his gap over second place race clutch number 16. They can take their pick whichever way they want on strategy, because no one is going to undercut them when that is the kind of gap they've got right now. They are certainly doing well with that lead at this point. What they need is to stay clean, and when passing traffic, make sure their moves are decisive. We're going to do right now, at this point, take a little bit of Racebot TV fan immersion for a lap or two with that leading LMP1, see how he does it. Be back in 1 minute. Well, what was going to be a couple laps on board there with Movano Sim Racing became some time on board with race clutch number 16, Robin Bondon, who's now scored in the lead after Movano came into pit lane following their strategy of pitting a little bit earlier in the stints. Race clutch now going long. Racing continues in all three of our classes here in Sports Car Open. LMP2 and GTE also out there. Lorenzo, while we were on fan immersion, did anything strike your notice going on in the race?
Well, there was a few things. Number one, I saw that Impulse, LMP2, got a drive-through penalty for forcing the ref match out of the track, just like you just seen on stream. And Redline GTE just lost P2 to Core Sim Racing, and he might lose P3 to Bila Euronics 4.
So Team Redline GT and Biela were those two Ferraris that double stinted their tyres. Core took a new set, and that's working wonders on the BMW as he's worked his way back past those cars and into second place. What's really going to be interesting is his pursuit of Sim RC. Jürgen Frank being scored in the lead. He double stinted those tyres in his last lap, a 1:40.2. Core Sim Racing GT were about half a second faster that time, but 1.2 seconds faster on lap 42. So that 20-second gap, Core are really going to need to eat into it in the next 25 laps or so.
They need it, and also one thing that they don't need is get involved in battles, and that's what they're doing. Sindre Satsas is actually getting away from both Patrick Heinrich and also Tobias Huela from Bila. So the gap right now is around 1 second, 1.2 seconds from Core to a red line. So if it keeps going like this, there's a small realm of possibilities when you come down to pit lane, or certainly before he comes down to pit lane, that he can catch Sim RC and go for the overtaken GTE lead.
Yeah, exactly right. Core couldn't afford to be too long tangled with those cars on a different strategy when what they really need to be doing is lap after lap closing this gap down to the front. See, Jürgen Frank's been doing pretty well though through the traffic, and that's what he's really hoping for them to be able to come away with the win here, is to not lose time in traffic, because when they have to go offline, when they have to take alternative lines through some of the corners, that's when the old tyres really hurt you. Ferrari battle, these two are on the same strategy tyre-wise, and they were battling before the pit stops. They're battling once again. See which Ferrari holds onto the tyres best in this second stint. That's what's going to really matter.
Yeah, from what I heard, I think the BMW has an upper hand in terms of, tires compared to the Ferrari. They struggle under grip most of the occasions. The Ferrari, even with the new rubber, when it's actually not lap one and just so particular big chunk of the turtle curve on turn one. And also we can see Glacier Racing closing down on Bila as well. No, if I recall correctly, Glacier also took tires, so Bila will come under the well, it says 1 minute 59.
Double stint from Glacier Racing. The numbers you see on screen, the same as I'm seeing on my end as well. So same tyre strategy from Glacier, and they've just snuck within 1 second of those two battling Ferraris. So whatever Glacier Racing are doing with their BMW, they're looking after those tyres rather well. I think that's working very nicely. Glacier Racing, I think, started out of fourth, have lost some spots in the first stint. Now I think it's coming back to them.
It's coming back to them. I think, if I recall correctly, they started in P3 or P4 in the standings after qualify. So after dropping back a few spots, I think they dropped back about 2 to 3 spots when the race started. So they're picking themselves back up, and the Finn team is showing their claws once again.
And in this battle in GTEs, where we've seen the split in strategy amongst the teams, some taking tyres, some not, I'm interested to see Logitech G Altus Esports down in 6th right now. I think they've had to work their way past Prolog React Esports, who didn't take tyres, and that's always the risk taking tyres, is you'll be faster with a new set of tyres, but if your competitors don't take tyres, come out in front of you, then you lose quite a bit of time then having to fight your way upstream through the field. Luckily, they've been able to do that. They've got a bunch of clear track in front of them before they're going to close up on Glacier Racing, Team Redline GT, and Biela that they're also fighting, but you know, they're not in the same picture like Core are, who took tyres at their pit stop. I think this first phase of the pit window has really hurt Altus, who were at one point only a second off the lead. Now look at them, they're not close to Core, there's a bunch of cars in between that, and they're just not close enough to SimRC either, so they're going to need to work some wonders somewhere. I just don't think they're getting enough performance out of those new tyres to offset the time and track position that they lost.
I think Logitech Gialtas needs to take the rabbit out of the hat to actually make something work. Because in championship battles, like we've mentioned, they are in P2, and a result like this will allow other teams to come under the fray and possibly take that P2 away from a Logitech, and that's not the thing they want to happen when they come into the final round.
Yeah, exactly. Altus and SimRC tied on points coming into this. SimRC in the lead right now, and Altus Esports 30 seconds and 4 cars back, and they were nose to tail at one point, so they're going to need something to work in their favour. But this battle, 3rd, 4th and 5th of the cars that double stinted their tyres, well, Redline's getting away just a little bit, and Glacier now much closer to Biela than earlier on, and on the brakes into turn 1, the BMW just looks so much more planted, so much more confident. He was gaining a little bit down the straight, but he seems to have got a couple of extra car lengths in the braking zone as well. Matty Sipola doing very, very well right there.
Yeah, doing very well, but there's the rev match on the outside, but that's the natural lines of the HPD to overtake, and he will use that line, try to go for a look, but didn't have enough room to make the overtake on Tobias, so he has to hang back for one more lap.
Really looked like Glacier were going to try and follow that LMP2 car through, but didn't quite make it work. Ferrari is wide of the apex in that little bit of the S's. Starting to struggle. I don't know if they worn the front tyres down on that Ferrari, and that's why it's not braking, not turning as well as they'd hope. SRN comes through, and every time there's a bit of traffic for the GTE cars to deal with, it creates an opportunity for Glacier Racing. Haven't done anything about it this lap, but certainly the pressure now much more on Biela Racing Team than it is on Team Redline GT. This is helping Redline get away, but the artifact card doesn't help Glacier.
Not one bit.
And then a bit of a wiggle putting the power down as well, so strong pressure in the first half of this lap, but then all of these cars showing the age of their tyres a little bit at this point. Track temperature up to 26.7 degrees, bit of shade from the grandstand, maybe a little bit of cloud cover out there as well. Track temperature's not oppressive, but they are still rising a little bit as the morning gets closer towards midday in sim time.
Yeah, track is actually going to 27 degrees Celsius. I'm not going to do Fahrenheit mathematics because I was actually picked on Will and Gary Weaver yesterday for my lack of, Fahrenheit to Celsius and back and forth calculations. So I'll let Randy tell you, or even David, who actually do know how to do those calculations for you guys. But it will get hotter. It will eventually get into the 30s. If I have to make an assumption, it will be in the next 30 to 40 minutes.
Devotion Sim Racing Blue into pits in LMP2. They were right up behind Simza in the battle for the lead. They are serving a drive-through. Is that what they've done in the number 98?
Yeah, the 98 has a drive-through to serve. That's correct.
Yep, so they've gone and served that now. That's dropped them quite a bit further back from the battle for the lead that they were involved in. Could be worse, but that's been a little bit costly. It's about 16 seconds on the pit limiter from pit in to pit out around here. Obviously, pit out's a bit further down the track, so maybe the net loss is only 14 or 15 seconds or so, but when you can see the lead of the race, to have to serve that drive-through would feel very, very painful indeed. And the LMP2 action continues here. Who is that? Is that Leo and Artifact?
It's TNT and the World of Sim Racing Team. And
I'm not even close. My apologies.
It's all right, but that actually was a good hole from Andres Quintana. As Paul Darling tried to go for the inside look, but the better one is actually on the outside on turn 3, as long as you don't clip the AstroTurf like Tony Raposar did. And that is a good hole from Andres Quintana to still retain that P6 position in the LMP2 class.
Right behind them, RevMatch Esports UGX are at least one lap down on this battle. They've been a very quick team, but dramas in this race. Repairs needed, penalties to serve as well. So RevMatch UGX 14th place in LMP2, but they might look to get their lap back on TNT Racing, the yellow car here, and World of Sim Racing, who's just made that move. TNT Racing and Paul Darling looking a bit vulnerable at the moment.
Yeah, they are. I think that's due to downforce. If that's all I can think about right now. Of course, there is the pace factor. That Jeroen Quico actually has that pace to match the leaders, but I think the downforce might be also another factor to measure in terms of RevMatch and TNT. I think TNT is running on high downforce, and RevMatch is on mediums. And oh, all right, red line giving a little bit of a shun on RevMatch, just saying get out of the way. I want to go through, and RevMatch throwing the car to the outside on turn 1.
Yep, indeed. Team Redline LMP Blue. Patrick Christoph Moser driving right now, and they're 4th in their class. Just ahead of a battle that I'm seeing forming with Race Clutch 15 and Burst Esports 5th and 6th in LMP1. So prototype battles right now, and yeah, Burst Esports you can see just a little bit further back from the Race Clutch 15, but Burst were a second and a half, I think, faster last time around. Of course, the times bob up and down with when and where they use the hybrid deployment, when and where they catch some traffic. Certainly, Charlie Summers could be an opportunity to close up on Fabrizio Donoso in the next couple of laps or so. Burst started out of 7th, now running in 6th, and Race Clutch 15 been a tough race for them, starting from pole and having all manner of issues. Now in 5th, and got the traffic here, that LMP2 battle right in front of them. Oh, very, very close there, Lorenzo.
That was close. Charlie Summers nearly rear-ending the life of Fabrizio Donoso. And that's right ahead of RevMatch TNT, and then eventually World Sim Racing Team, but World Sim Racing Team broke away. 5 wide nearly into the start-finish line, and here comes Charlie Summers. He's going to have a look. World Sim Racing Team is close, so 3 wide coming to turn 1, 4 wide. Summers nearly touched the right left off Fabrizio Donoso.
We're going to have a quick replay of that one as they went 4 wide, the GTE car, 2 LMP2s and this LMP1 battle, and this is from Burst Esports view. He can see all the traffic ahead. He's looking for an opportunity, and there's a big checkup from Race Clutch. He has to take avoiding action around the outside. He's trying to set up a move. And you're going to see how close some of this traffic got down the pit straight. The LMP2 cars being stacked up behind that Ferrari GTE. Pulling all the way to the right-hand side. They are 4 wide at that moment there as RevMatch try to get their lap back from TNT, as they all try to put a lap on GTE field. And there's your leading GTE, Sim RC, just trying to survive 3 wide into turn 1. They do just that. The traffic playing no favors for Burst Esports, who clearly have a lot of pace right now. Every time he's had that opportunity to take a look at Fabrizio Donoso in the Race Clutch car, the traffic has just been in the wrong place for him. LMP1 pit stops, a couple have just happened. The Race Clutch 16 and Robin Bondons just dived down onto the lane. And I saw someone else pit earlier. It was Impulse Racing as well. So variation in the strategies for LMP1. They're pitting all over the place.
Yes, and now I think that's the first lap where Fabrizio Donoso got a clean air and actually is breaking away from Charlie Summers. Now the gap is over 2 seconds, and I think Charlie Summers just thought of, don't deploy too much that hybrid energy and try to save as much fuel as you can possibly save.
Lorenzo, back to GTE, because we've got this battle once again, Biela and Glacier, but what I notice, Logitech G Altus Esports have gotten through. They've put those new tyres to good effect. like we said they definitely needed to do if they were going to keep themselves in the hunt for a podium and for the win of this race. So Altus have closed that gap to these two cars and passed them. They continue to fight, and it's Matti Sippola in the Glacier Racing BMW looking for any way he can to get past past Biela. It's not happening yet. Look how close he got to that AstroTurf on the exit that we saw is very, very slippery. He's using all of the track and then a little bit in some places. I've seen him kick up some dust from some of these camera angles as well.
Yeah, now Matti Sippola actually just goes a little bit wide into the exit of turn 3. You're trying to get a little bit closer if you really want to have a good run into 3 to 4. And now he has to hang back a little bit, going to the left side, and now they're going to the uphill. And now it's all on Sippola once again to try to get the, pace back so he can. Now he's going to use a little bit of the LMP1. It's not going to be much in terms of draft, but one thing you have to talk about as well, Logitech Gialtis is actually catching Redline, and it's kind of a big catch, to be very honest.
Well, yes, certainly that's what we'd expect. The new tyres, the first couple laps out of the pits will give you a big advantage. Then I think you'll see more advantage deeper into the next stint where your opponent's tyres will just continue to drop away while your tyres haven't reached that cliff yet. So you can see 1 second on lap 50, 1.2 seconds on lap 52, and then it'll be Ferrari versus Ferrari with, 35 or 36 lap newer tyres on the Altus car. If they find an opportunity, they should be much stronger on the brakes, and they also ought to be able to get the power open just a little bit earlier. Thomas Tatala for Altus Esports now looking to gain as much time as he can, and he's definitely got close enough to Redline that he'll be in the draft next time down the pit straight. Is that where he might make a move?
I think so, because judging from grip alone, I think Patrick Heinrich doesn't have the enough grip or pace itself to match the better tires of Thomas Tatala, and I believe that due to natural logic and waters of tires and rubber, Logitech Gialtis Esports will take P3 here in this track. I think...
Yep, indeed. So they've closed up quite a lot here. It's about 1 car length. You see the SRN LMP2 is going to make their way past, but it gives Redline something to think about there. They're not sure which line they were going to take into the corner. A big dive following the LMP2 car. Altus Esports through. Great job there. Saw the opportunity. Redline didn't know which way the LMP2 car was going to go. Was it going to be to the left or to the right? And Altus took advantage of that uncertainty. Their new tyres, of course, helping them under the brakes as well.
Yes, and I also think that Heinrich didn't make much of an effort to try to defend as well. He just moved into a line. I think he knew Tatala was going to dive in. He was going to take the opportunity. He had better rubber, better pace. The better rubber will give you less understeer or brake lock when you're actually braking into those hairpins. So that's why Tatala took the opportunity and made the dive. P3 for Tatala.
Yep, so now the gaps we've got to keep an eye on is SimRC in the lead to Core Sim Racing in second to Altus Esports now in third. Core with those new tyres on their BMW trying to hunt SimRC who are double stinting theirs. Will they catch them in the next 27 minutes or so before it's time for the next pit stops? Well, on these numbers, the trend is looking very, very good. 10-second gap. Maybe 20 more laps still to run in this stint. Core only need half a second a lap, and look at that, they're getting 1.4 and then 0.8 and then 0.6, Lorenzo.
Yeah, the only thing that I think Core doesn't need is a gaggle, of cars around so you can actually overtake or take the time to make safe overlaps. So for Saxas right now, it is the perfect scenario to work with. He's taking basically more than a half a second to 1 second advantage each lap. So I think I would say in the next 8 laps, there's a good possibility he would be in the drafting range of the SimRC and go for a move.
Yeah, indeed. Interesting how it goes like this. In the first 5 laps of the stint, it looked like those teams that had taken tyres might have made a mistake. The weather looked good, the pace from the double stinted tyres looked okay right at the start, and of course track position always feels very, very valuable. But now we've reached this point where maybe the tyres are dropping off for SimRC, and Core and Altus look like they've made the right call. Always interesting to see that you have to wait almost halfway into the stint to see how it looks and who's made the smart moves.
Yes, and here's the thing now. I think once they come down into pit lane once again, I think we might go over the switchback where Frank is gonna hand out probably the car to another driver. They will put tires in, and they will have the advantage, the clear-cut advantage when they get out of pit lane over Core or any other car that actually put the tires in into this last pit service. But then again, if both Core and Logitech does what I think they will do, they will send out the last pit stop they ever do, might give them the advantage. So it's still open race to call. They just need to get the perfect gaps and the perfect laps to work with, so they can work with strategies and possibly have an uphand against their opposition.
Yeah, indeed. Going to be interesting to see when we get to the halfway point. And then, of course, a lot of the variables change when we get closer to the pit stop times. GTE field is the most numerous class out there, and it kind of goes to show they've got a battle over 12th and 13th place, where Lewis Goodway in the Simsa Esports GTE, one of the few Porsches out there, just lost a position to the 122 Adam Turney, Radicals Online. The TC Corsa car, I believe that's their Ferrari, and that's another one of those battles where one car has fresh tyres, one car doesn't. The Radicals, who took tyres, it's paying dividends for them. Always interesting to see that split in the tyre strategy in all of our classes, and waiting to see who's made the right moves. Lorenzo, anything else taking your notice out there? I know you took note of one of the penalties that had been applied.
I was looking at, I'm just gonna remember it real quick over here, that Race Clutch got a drive-through for dangerous driving or hashtag blocking, according to the stewards, against the Impulse number 13 LMP1, which right now is actually trying to catch the Universidad Isabel 1 Positive Sim Racing P1 car. It was under a second. Now there's Atlantic Racing right ahead of the Impulse. That will take some time away, but Molnar Peter has a chance to try to get one more spot from Positive Sim Racing.
Indeed, of course, that drive-through penalty for the Race Clutch 15, which is in 7th, not the Race Clutch 16, currently in 2nd place. Very popular to have two cars in the LMP1 field. Movano have got 2, Race Clutch have got 2, and Redline with 2 as well. This battle in GTE continues, where Glacier are keeping the pressure on Biela, but this has been going on half an hour now. Glacier still haven't found the right opportunity, but they're staying in the draft, and maybe if they save a bit of fuel here, which they will be if they're picking up a tow, they might have a slightly shorter pit stop later in the race.
Yeah, I think for now they're just saving fuel because they can get the best run possible out of the last turns and launch themselves into an overtaking position. So I think they're playing the safe game, save a little bit of fuel, just clipping a little bit of the AstroTurf, but it's not going to make a whole lot of difference for the GTEs. They have more grip, mechanical grip compared to the P1s and the P2s, certainly against the P2s, but the P1s I'm not too sure, but still with the contact of that Biela car.
One of the Movano P1 cars sneaks its way around the outside, and it doesn't affect this battle hardly any whatsoever, so it carries on as it was. Very, very evenly matched and tense for these two drivers. Here comes Artifact Racing. Let's see if that LMP2 plays into this at all. big dive, but he thinks better about going past the Biela car, so he only grabs one on the braking zone, and that'll be frustrating for Glacier, who now once again find themselves with a car between them and the one they're trying to pursue. Relay Sim Racing, this is helping them out in their LMP2 because Artifact couldn't get through easily. Biela forced offline, but then the next corner is a left-hander, so they can defend the inside there. Otherwise, they might have been rather frustrated with that LMP2 car, hurting their time, letting Glacier get close. Glacier sit right in the slipstream. They're maybe 2-3 cars back now. It's not going to quite be enough. They try to grab the LMP2 slipstream. That's not going to help them either. LMP2 cars much stronger on the brakes than the GTE cars. Still, Glacier can't get the move done and are back within a car length or so.
Yeah, they hang back, but now turn 3 is around 3, 2/10 of a second between both cars. They're gonna head down to turn 4. I think this is a good opportunity for Cipula to try to make a move. He's not gonna actually make a move. He's gonna hang back a little bit, just try to go from turn number 4, turn number 5. But he's gonna hang back for one more lap. But the thing is, Cipula is, I think he's playing these safe under those sausage curbs of the exit of turn 17 and 18. Those turns, over the last 2 turns, that's just more chicane. So he doesn't offset the car and probably go on the wall or grass.
Yep. Huvela needing a little bit of defensive driving at this point. He had that in turn 4, turning in a little early, taking the tight line, trying to defend the inside. Not sure we're going to see a dive from Glacier Racing BMW, but it's very, very close, and he might not have the tyres underneath him to make a dive in the braking zone anywhere. There's still 20 more minutes to this stint where the tyres will continue to drop off on both of these cars. Altus now well and truly clear up the road from these guys.
Yeah, Altus is basically a long goner. Altus' objective is trying to catch up to Core, which, talking about Core, the difference right now I was going to say is under 4 seconds, but that is actually between Nab and Rev Match. Now the difference between Core and SimRC is actually 7 seconds, so still Sets is catching up bit by bit.
Yep, indeed. GTE, often one of the more interesting categories to watch in this championship, and I think it's just because they're always so very, very close. The lap times much closer than in LMP1 and others. 192 and the 123. It's AAA Esports and Williams Gym Esports battling over 8th and 9th in this category as well. So a lot of GTE battles. This one, the highest placed, being 5th and 6th, but lots of red boxes on my timing screen.
Yeah, there is for me a lot of boxes in terms of position, so it's hard to catch up on everything that is going on the track. So I'm watching this, and I'm also watching still the chase that Monar Peter is still trying to get on Ricardo Orozco. So despite they're still midway through their stints and a half ladder to the stints on LMP1, still good battles are all around the track.
As we watch these two battle, interesting to note that they're now 28 seconds or so away from the lead. So while they're having a great battle with each other, they're losing almost on average a second a lap to the lead of the race. Well, they're not actually losing so much time to SimRC, who also double stinted their tyres, but compared to those others that did take tyres, they're now dropping back a little bit further. Battle in LMP1, 5th and 6th Lorenzo, and I think Impulse Racing, you have to look at that last lap and say they've lost a position.
No, they're still in 6th. They're still in 6th. They still haven't lost the position. But Race Clutch right now is on the clutch. Sorry for the bad pun. I had to do it. I had to do it, chat. I had to do it, people. Blame me later. But Race Clutch is actually getting closer on Monar Peter, and Peter actually is not being able to catch Ricardo Orozco. I think Orozco is actually doing the best usage of the hybrid when come out of the traffic and not giving Peter any chance to work with.
So the 15 served their drive-through penalty 6 laps ago, now brings them into this battle. 3 cars, Positive Sim Racing in 5th, Impulse Racing in 6th, and the Race Clutch 15 in 7th place. Lap times very variable in this class depending on when they deploy the power, so you can never quite work out what the gaps are like, because they change very quickly indeed.
Yeah,
Sim Racing still leading this one, but not really massively getting away.
No, they're not. They're not gonna get away to that cleaning. The problem is traffic's not working wonders for some of these teams. I was looking for this battle for a few laps now, and here's the thing: when Impulse is on a good run to try to make an overtake, there's a car right ahead, and then when it's positive with the good run, there's a car right ahead of him. So it's quite complicated for them to work the traffic and get away from each other.
Saw the race clutch car dive into the pit lane from behind this battle. These guys now actually closing up on Burst Esport as well. So we lose one car from the battle, we gain another car to this LMP1 fight. See how long it goes on. Burst Esport are 16 laps into their stint, so they might not be too far from their next pit stop as they have to work their way past a little GTE fight. I see Williams Jim and I see Inertia in that, and almost all four wheels off the track as Positive Sim Racing try to make sure they grab both GTE cars in that short little chute between turns 4 and 5.
Oh, that was close. Talking about close between Ricardo Orozco and Williams. I just need to check who's driving that Williams. That's Josh Thompson. So Josh is not going to be appreciative what Ricardo did. So I bet there was some flashing out the lights, but that could have been so much problematic. That would have been a 2-car crash. That would have been at least a 4-car crash.
Yeah, certainly could have gone wrong very, very quickly. So Positive Sim Racing still leading Impulse, and both of them trying to catch Burst. All three of them through the final corner, and I think it is the Burst car that is going to be the next to pit from this group. Great run out of the final corner. Lots of energy saved from Positive Sim Racing, it looks, and they're going to blow past. Dead in the water almost is that Burst car. Do they have a slowdown they have to clear? It's very easy to potentially get a slowdown through the final sections.
Yeah, I'm just trying to take a quick look over here, but it doesn't seem like it. I think the GTE got in the way a little bit.
Yeah, either that or they used too much of their electric power early in the lap trying to get past some of the traffic. So there they are. Was the apologies, it was a lap down car that was letting them through. The Burst car still a little bit further, through 2 or 3 seconds. Element Sim Racing, another car made up of white, yellow and black on the livery. So respectful driving there from Rico Relfield to get out of the way of what is still a 3-car battle at Burst Esports. Is just 1 or 2 seconds further up the road from Positive Sim Racing, who we look at now.
Yeah, I think Burst just managed to get away with it a little bit. The gap has increased to over 3 seconds from Charlie Summers against Ricardo Orozco. So the only battle now is becoming against Positive Impulse once again. And recapping just real quick the GTE battle, it is under 4 seconds between Jürgen Frank and Sindri Setsas.
We'll stay with LMP1 for just a minute though, because Ricardo Orozco has to defend from Impulse down towards turn 1. He still has the inside. If you can just hang around the outside there, it switches back to the left, but he can't quite take advantage of that. Strong attack from Impulse, but I think Positive Sim Racing will survive it for a minute. He has to defend the inside once again. Pushes him a bit wide. The tight line through the corner works well for Impulse. Deploy the power there, but then again the circuit switches back to the left. Several corners side by side here. Impulse around the outside holding their ground, but it'd be tough to go around the outside of this chicane unless you're very, very brave, and that's kind of what he is. This battle in LMP1 is going to have to go single file at some point because they're approaching some traffic, but still side by side. Who's saved up their energy? Impulse gets the job done as they pass the Altus car.
Nice job from Impulse to stay side by side. I think that what happened. You guys are gonna see on the replay. They come around turn 3. Ashley goes dives down on the inside. Positive is gonna use a little bit of the hybrid field. They stay side side into turn 4. They head down uphill, downhill into the left-hand turn. You're gonna see a little bit of a braking from the 13, and that is what I believe saved them at the end of the day, because he's gonna use the hybrid, small hybrid usage. And they come side to side, and that Logitech Gialtis Esports is what's going to be the catalyst for the battle to end. Therefore, Impulse moving up 1 spot.
Respectful driving from both, though, gave good space. There was no contact, and now Hubert car checks up. Impulse, Positive Sim Racing are back through, so that position changes once again, and the traffic has been so critical in this fight. They just caught the Huber car at the wrong time, and the positions change.
Yeah, it's quite complicated to navigate through traffic, as we are seeing battle for P6 and P7 in the LMP2 class. That's Impulse, that's Team Chimera ahead of Impulse, and Timo Hayden has been battling for the last few laps to try to get closer, but he's just not having it. And Joshua Chin is having a really good run, trying to break away bit by bit against the number 55 car.
Yeah, indeed. You just can't keep Impulse Racing away from a fight right now. Their LMP1 car in a great battle, and here in LMP2, well, it's trying to close down Team Chimera, but lost out 3/10 on that last lap. Both of them, it looks like, took tyres at their most recent pit stop, so same age of tyres between these two. That's not going to help Timo Hayden in his pursuit of Joshua Chin.
No, it's not, and we know Timo Hayden is a fast guy. If I recall correctly, he's, I think, in the HPD, in the official ILMS standing, he's second place in the standing, so he's kind of a fast guy. He's a fast dude, so he can work that car. Of course, Chin is no slouch either, so it's a battle of good guys that are really can duke it out every single time in the HPD class.
Yeah, indeed. So maybe what they need for Timo Hayden is just a little bit of traffic to check up Joshua Chin so he can get within that slipstream, get within striking distance as well. As it is right now, he might be just close enough to pick up a toe. And speaking about just close enough to pick up a toe, Core Sim Racing now within 1.5 seconds of Sim RC for the lead of this race. They're still maybe 5 laps, 10 minutes away from the next round of pit stops. This is looking really good for Core to be able to take the lead. Saw a little bit of that graphic. The last couple of laps, it's gone from the new tyres being worth 5 or 6 tenths of a second per lap to suddenly it's 1.1, 1.2 seconds, and right at the tail end of the stint is when those old tyres seem to really hurt. Track temperature has risen now to 30 degrees Celsius, and that also won't be helping Sim RC. Core through the slower, more technical section in the final sector, looking really strong as well, and that's critical to getting close enough to sit in that draft of the car in front and get close enough to make a move. Maybe not this time into turn 1, but he's getting much closer, Lorenzo.
Yeah, he's getting really close, but he has, I think, only 2 more laps to actually work a move to P1 in the class. So there is still a few laps to work with for Sindre Setsas, as I was looking at a battle for P2 in the HPAD class, but it's never going to happen as Heisenfeld goes into the pits, and Alexander Gravwheel from Devotion Sim Racing Blue back into P2.
What was a couple of seconds is now only a couple of car lengths, maybe one, maybe bumper to bumper for the lead in GTE. SimRC pushes a little wide, struggling to get the power down. They've got Simza LMP2 looking for a way past this battle. Core so close, nearly puts a bump on it, but he's been very respectful. He's looking for an opportunity to make this pass, and so too Simza, waiting for their opportunity to get through. They're going to go left, are they going to go right? Defensive line from SimRC, letting the prototype around the outside so they don't open up the inside to SimRC, but Sindre Setzer still trying to get the nose in somewhere, but not yet. He takes the tighter line through this long uphill right-hander. Apparently we've seen some dives into this sharp right-hander at the top of the hill, but not this time into this slowest section of the course, the new Grand Prix chicane. That's where SimRC are vulnerable on the old tyres. Core as close as they've ever been. Great run out the final corner. Jürgen Frank going all the way to the right-hand side of the circuit to defend. It might just be in vain. He closes all the way to the right-hand side, says you're going to have to go around the outside, but that's possible with the switchback of turns 1 and 2 here. The new tyres much better on the brakes. Core keep their nose in for the left-hander, and through into the lead they go. While we were watching that, Lorenzo, you've seen some other developments.
Yeah, I was seeing some other developments in the P2 class as the LMP HPDs were trying to catch up on another massive moment in the last lap 70 on the final turn as he comes to the start-finish line. Timo Hayden actually took out the Williams Esports GTE, and he sent that Ferrari GTE onto the gravel trap and into the barrier, the tire barrier on the outside, and that is going to be quite damaging, as you guys can see now over the replay with Impulse. He comes into the final chicane, still trying to catch Chimera. Chimera having the upper hand in the battle, breaking away. But here it comes, final turn. And Hyatt, I think, miscalculated a little bit because that move from Josh Thompson is what spooked him a little bit.
Yeah, we saw, though, really struggling on those old tyres, I think, was the Williams Jim Ferrari. And we'll take a look and from the onboard here through the tight technical section, really struggling for grip, really struggling to keep the rear of the car underneath him. Look for the right-hander here, where the car bounces over the curb, he struggles, he corrects, and through the middle, is there a moment here? There's a little slide right there in the middle of the corner. I think Impulse car, Timo Hayden, was a little bit too close. He had no time to react to that, and that's catastrophic for Williams Jim there. You see hard into the barrier at high speed. Here's the chopper shot. We'll see it again, and I think you can sympathize with Impulse that the Ferrari changed speed a little bit in the middle of the corner, but he was just too close underneath the rear wing to be able to react to it. Nasty accident for the Ferrari.
A very nasty accident for the Ferrari. There is, I think, if you guys want to blame Impulse for doing something, I think it's minimal blame, because that correction, I think, is got what Timo Hayden a little bit spooked. And as we see, of course, Team Racing P2 is in the pits, but that is a programmed pit stop. They were under 29 laps onto their stint. So let's see if there's a driver change, though. Pascal Stix is coming in for Sven Neumann.
Car raises up on its air jacks too for a new set of tyres for them. Split the strategies in LMP2. Look here, another battle in LMP2. SRN and Artifact, these guys have been going at it as well, so there's plenty of battling out there. We're just 3 minutes away from the halfway point of this Sports Car Open 4 hours of Barcelona. This is over 8th and 9th right now. SRN trying to defend Artifact Racing, who had a driver change at their last pit stop. I believe it was Arjuna Kankapati driving. Now it's Luke Pfeiffer, and he is struggling to put the power down. We saw a little wiggle from him there. He's looking for an opportunity to overtake.
Yeah, one of the biggest struggles with the HPD is under those low gears, the first and second gear, when you try to get under power in what would be either off camber turns or turns where grip is kind of like minimal. It's really complicated. You need to be very careful, and especially with burnout rubber, it's going to be more complicated to put the power out and try to get a good run. And good awareness from Artifact Racing and Luke Pfeiffer actually keep the car on track.
Through the final corners here, the inertia car just slowing up SRN a little bit. We've seen LMP2 cars struggling through the final corner with the difference of speed that they have with the GTE cars. Here, SRN go to the inside rather than trying to go to around the outside of GTE, and everyone through cleanly before turn 1. It was a tough moment there for SRN because it really checked up Artifact Racing and Relay Sim Racing behind them. 3-car battle for 8th, 9th and 10th in this class. And again, it's the Artifact car, a meat in a sandwich, trying to attack, but also in a way that doesn't make them vulnerable from behind. That's a tough position to be in.
It's a tough position to be in because you don't know if you're attacking, you don't know if you're defending, and how you should play out. I think for the guy in the middle, especially in the HPD class, I think it should be more attacking than defending itself, because not only you can force the guy ahead of you to make an error, you can force the guy behind to make an error in terms of misjudgment and try to hang back. So it will give you some small room to work with in terms of movement. And here comes Pfeiffer, nearly looking on the inside of Stephen McGarvey trying to make a move on the hairpin.
Yep, challenge to make a pass in these cars with no hybrid power to deploy, no tricks to pull out of the bag, just a 3.4 litre V8, and that's all they've got. Not especially torquey either off the corners, can make it a struggle as well. What about, looks like maybe a Zenith GTE up here? Will SRN clear them before turn 1? That's going to be a real struggle for this pack. I don't think they quite will. That might check him up in turns 1 and 2. Might give an opportunity to Artifact Racing, who get very, very close. This is the struggle. They take the tight line through turn 2, going to try and go around the outside of turn 3. And I think those high-speed corners there with multiple lines, that's where the prototypes get a good opportunity. Artifact Racing, will they look to the inside? No, not this time, but they are again very, very close. Less than a car length in it. More traffic for them on this lap, Lorenzo.
And more traffic right ahead of him. Right ahead of him, that's Glacier looming large in front of him. So they're clear out on the downhill. And Artifact trying to go for a look on the inside, but just didn't have enough room to work with. Now coming into the uphill right-hander, which I love to call the elbow, because it looks like an elbow if you look it on the if you look it from the outside on the track map. That looks like an elbow, but Artifact still hanging back and trying to have to defend a little bit, but it isn't much from Relay.
Past the halfway point in this race, the LMP2 battle continues, but the GTE pit stop window is open now. A couple of the cars we were watching have dived in. Core and SimRC stay out, but the Biela car we were watching in the battle with Glacier, they've decided their tyres are done. They want a new set as early as they can get them. So a pit stop at halfway for Biela, driver change, Tobias Heuveler out, Reto Hartmann in. Reasonably balanced driver lineup, I would say, for them. They've decided they don't want to be carrying those double stinted tyres any longer than they have to, and they're chopping this race up into evenly sized 1 hour chunks. Let's see what happens at the lead in a couple of laps time, but we're seeing the first of our pitters at the halfway point.
Yeah, I'm looking right now at Coursing Racing as he does the final turns. He's just going over the top section over here on sector 3 as he goes into the final 4 turns. He does the right-hander, now we're going to do the double left and right. Let's see if he brings out the car to the pit lane. No, that Coursing Racing GT will stay out for 1 more lap.
Our eyes are back on the LMP2 battle, and they're about to catch a GTE battle where Prologue React on their old tyres just lost a spot to AAA on their new set of tyres. So positions have just changed in those GTE cars, and now they are the traffic for the LMP2 battle. SRN gets down the inside of AAA, but Artifact can't do it. Relay go around the outside of Prologue, and which costs them a little bit of time, but slotting a GTE car between SRN and Artifact has given them quite a bit of breathing room. GTE pit stops underway as well. SimRC have decided to call time on their double stinted tyres. Lorenzo, you saw that pit stop.
Yeah, I'm seeing right now Felix Lundig coming into for Jürgen Brink. So let's see the last pit stop. As you just said, they double stinted the tires, so they probably will come up, do the full service. Yeah, jacks are up. They're gonna do their full They're full service, and this is something interesting. We are now over the 30 degrees on the track. It's 31 degrees on the track. We're just past 11 a.m. on the local service time over here on the track. So we're starting to get to a point, David, where we shouldn't be talking about double stinting tires anymore. It might be risky strategy. I think single stinting might be the way to go for those teams who double stint it.
The only other possibility is the teams that stretched out their first stint as long as possible, took a set of tyres. If they stretch out this second stint as long as possible, they might still have another 10 minutes of fuel or something, and then think about double stinting right at the end at a splash and dash and only carry the double stinted tyres for 40 minutes or so maybe. That's the alternative strategy we sometimes see in these 4-hour races. But in the meantime, it's a divide in LMP2 where Core Sim Racing GT have stayed out in the lead. Altus Esports also stayed out with their more recently changed tyres, but the cars that double stinted, a lot of them jumping into the pit lane early as they can.
Yeah, and both Core and Logitech staying out for one more lap is quite impressive. I think Core out of the bunch would be the most impressive. I think unless there was some heavy fuel saving strats from Sindre Satsas, which knowing Sindre, he does some fuel saving, but it isn't aggressive fuel saving. I'm quite surprised to see 37 laps out of that BMW M8, to be very honest.
Well, indeed. So he carries on with 37 laps when he crosses the line. I wonder if we'll see him in shortly. 1 hour 55 remaining, and they might be thinking if they take this as long as they can, then double stinting on the shorter final splash could be something that these teams are aiming for. It might very well depend on what the track temperatures do. There's only 2 more corners now before Core Sim Racing pass the pit entry, and you see these drivers commit so late to that pit entry, track all the way out, and then go for pit in. Bit of a wiggle, but sets us heading for the pit entry, accelerating in 4th gear towards those yellow cones that mark the start of the pit lane speed. I imagine tyre change here might also be a driver change for Core. Car stops, and soon we'll know what they are doing for their driver strategy as well as their tyre strategy. But that is Core Sim Racing from the lead of the race on the pit lane. Altus Esports in their Ferrari are going for one more, so they've been very economical with their fuel, and they're also going to then cycle through into the lead, at least for the moment. Bit of traffic for them though in one of the Biela cars.
Yeah, that's the 147, sorry, I was going to say the 147, but that is the 145 car from Reto Hartmann that is staying right ahead of Thomas Tatala. So this is a scenario you really don't want to be faced with. You know, you're staying for one more lap, you're trying to get a maximum performance out of your car before you pit, and right out of the blue you see a Ferrari that can match you on pace, just staying right ahead of you for your final lap. It's a little bit of a bummer, but it won't affect him, I think, too much.
Could be a blessing or a curse, though, if he's right on the margin with that fuel. Reto Hartmann in front of him, it is a lap down, yes, but has just taken a new set of tyres. He ought to be relatively quick, and he'll be giving a draft to Altus. That might just help them hit that fuel number. What won't be helping is that LMP2 car almost forcing him off track. I think the flash of the headlights from the Ferrari confirms that is how Thomas Tatala saw it. The LMP2 car diving down the inside, not getting clear, and then maybe forcing him off a little wide. That is not what he needs, but we'll see. Does he come into the pit lane this time? Surely he might have to, and yes he does, all the way across the red curbing, but now also from the lead of the race. Altus Esports coming in, 1 hour 53 minutes to go. What do they do on strategy here? They might take a set of tyres now and aim for the double stint later. We don't know yet. What I can tell you is that SimRC definitely took tyres. Here's the driver swap for Altus Esports, going to be Yannick Lapchin. I was also thinking Core Sim Racing did take a driver swap as well, Yanni Kiru to drive that car. So a lot of the teams taking the strategy of one driver to drive 2 stints and then the next driver to drive the next 2 stints and to the end. Lorenzo, take a look at this LMP2 battle.
Let's take a quick look once again at this three-way battle between Relay, Artifact, and SRN. We've been following this battle, I think, for the whole eternity now. No, I'm just kidding. We've been following for the last maybe 6 or 7 laps this 3-car battle in the P2 class, and they're due to pit stops, as pointed out by Randy. So either one driver have to make a move at any time soon. But one thing that might damage SRN, there is a huge chunk of damage on the right end, the rear right end. They're side by side.
Artifact comes through. Yeah, indeed. I think SRN either picked up a slowdown cutting something somewhere, or they lost a lot of their momentum passing that Ferrari GTE. So that lets Artifact Racing into the lead here. And yeah, damage that's relatively new, I think, for SRN on the back right-hand side. Tweak to the end plate, tweak to the wheel cover. All 3 of these cars stay out for at least 1 more lap. But if that's hurting the straight line speed of SRN, I would not be surprised. They've got Relay right in the tow behind them. Are they closing enough to make a move? I'm not sure, unless it's a big dive. They're not able to. I think it must have been a loss of momentum behind the GTE traffic that cost SRN Motorsport to start off with. Relay almost trying to get down the inside there.
Nearly clipping the AstroTurf, but on turns, I can definitely guarantee that AstroTurf is not going to have the upper end. Relay with the big dive, that stays side to side into turn 3, all the way down, actually turn 4 all the way down to turn 5 into the downhill. They stay side to side, these nearly touch, but that SRN is still struggling under the turns with the stability of the car, and that doesn't have Dominic push one bit and still live to fight for another day. That SRN car, he's making it hard.
Yeah, indeed. Artifact not finding a way through, and it's interesting, the first couple sectors there's a lot of corners where each successive corner goes the opposite direction, so you need to get all the way down the inside with the move as he tries once again, otherwise the circuit flicks back the other way, and out the wrong side of the sausage curb. They nearly make contact coming up the hill. Artifact Racing going to try and hold it around the outside, or is he going to try and switch back? Strong defensive driving from Stephen McGarvey with a car that looks just a little bit wounded. This is all helping Artifact Racing get away and clear. Relay have not yet found a way past. All 3 cars once again stay away from the pit entry. Artifact Racing 25 laps into their stint, and SRN and Relay that we're watching here now 24 laps into their fuel run, both of them on the same age tyres. Dominic Push in the Relay car looking every which way he can. Maybe this Biela GTE will present an opportunity. We've seen the prototypes pretty strong around the outside of turn 3. Relay managed to keep it a bit tighter. SRN might have had to jump out of the throttle a little bit. Here's where they looked for a dive a lap ago. It doesn't work this time. They try and force SRN into a bit of a mistake. What about a dive coming down into the left-hander? Not quite. But the pressure solidly on Stephen McGarvey, and he's just soaking it up right now.
He's soaking it up right now, and he's not having it easy. He's struggling with those corners because that rear right damage is going to affect the stability and acceleration when coming out of the corners. That gives Dominic Push a slight advantage when they come out of the corners. And here they come into the left-hand hairpin. Late braking for Dominic Push, and I think that red GTE might be the blessing in disguise for Dominic Push, to be very exact, because I know SRN is gonna dive. He's gonna try to dive down on that red line GT. He blocks the line, and the red line blocks the line, but he goes wide. He goes side to side into
so the wide, and then rejoins. If you're SRN Motorsport and McGarvey, you're not going to be happy with that. Seeing the car block you and then go all the way off circuit and rejoin, blocking you again. He gets past this time, and there was a big wiggle under traction from Relay Sim Racing as well. They're in the first stint on those tyres, and they already look like they're worn out. What about a dive into turn 1? He's showing the nose, maybe tricking SRN into braking too deep. That lets Relay get a better run through turn 2, taking the tighter line. About through turn 3, they're tight as well. Might help their run off the corner. Not quite enough this time.
Yeah, but that red line move was quite dangerous. It could have gone very wrong, especially that rejoin the relay has a small wiggle to zap under oversteer of that car and under braking. Now SRN is struggling under braking, so big battle, and Artifact, which is having none of it, just saying thank you very much, is now breaking away with more than 3 seconds.
So it is possible SRN might have been a little bit the cork in the bottle earlier, because now Artifact's through. They are bolting away from this battle, it should be said, but the side-by-side battling we've seen not helping the lap times as well. Well, going to, as we're past the halfway point of this race and this action continues, we're going to go on board with Relay Sim Racing, RaceSpot TV fan immersion, as we look towards the second half of this race. Well, an exciting couple laps of LMP2 fan immersion there. SRN Motorsports putting up a stout defense against Relay Sim Racing to eventually work their way through. And then Team Hoisingfeld, Ronnie Fantini, looked to make it 2 in the 2 laps there. Then the other 2 LMP2 cars had to come into the pit lane and he was released and free. Into the second half of Sports Car Open Round 5, 4 hours of Barcelona. To take a top 8 recap in each class, leading LMP1 as they have done. Movano Sim Racing Team number 20 have a 20-second lead over Race Clutch 16 right now, with then another 35 seconds clear of their stablemates in the Race Clutch 15. Fourth place, Team Redline LMP Blue, who were in quite the wars early in this race, have had some repairs done. They are in fourth, 1 minute 9 seconds away from the lead. Fifth is Impulse Racing LMP1, who've been involved in battles as well. Same too can be said for University Isabel, one Positive Sim Racing in 6th place. Leo Racing Team, my apologies, in 7th there as our producer Randy Chennis blows my ears off. 8th place, Movano Sim Racing Team 21 in 8th place. As I say, completing the famine and feast for Movano Sim Racing Team. One car going strong in the lead, another definitely in the wars. LMP2, I'm going to throw over to Lorenzo Bonda, who has our top 8 in that class.
Yeah, here we go. So Simza Esports LMP2 is in the lead. Team Chimera is in 2nd place, 40 seconds behind. P3 and 4 is a devotion to 1, 3, 4. Actually, was the red when they finished the last lap, but the blue team now overtook for P3 in the class. And P5 is Team Hoisingveld in 78, and 6th is Scores Team Racing P2 with a good recovery run. Impulse with another recovery run is in 7th, and World Team Racing Team is your 8th for the LMP2 class, David.
And now to GTE, where a lot of the action has been in this race. Core Sim Racing and Yanni Kiru leading by 3.7 seconds ahead of Sim RC. Both of these cars took tyres at the last pit stop, so that gap is pretty stable. A slim lead for Core. 3rd place, Logitech G Altus Esports lost a bit of time in the second stint trying to work through traffic. They're 21 seconds adrift of the lead, but quite comfortably clear of 4th place, championship leaders Team Redline GT. 5th place, Villa Racing Team Euronics in their Ferrari, 6 seconds behind Redline, who they were battling. AAA Esports find themselves in 6th. Prologue React Esport Blue in the Ford in 7th place. And Glacier Racing lost out some significant amount of time in their battle to Bila. They occupy 8th place in the GTE class right now. 96 minutes of racing still to go, and that means one more pit stop for GTEs and a couple more pit stops in our prototype divisions.
Yeah, we still have at least 2 more pit stops for the HPDs. They should be coming down to the pit lane anytime soon, because we have Simza pitting right now. Ramesh Azam is going to take over the car for Alex Trainer, and anytime soon, because Team Chimera will actually be in the lead of this race, but they have to come to the pit lane anytime soon. They will do more and more pit stop, and then it will be about 40 to 50 more minutes on their car, and then it will be their final pit stop. Not this one, but they still have one more to go after this one.
Yeah, good thing we picked our top 8 rundown when we did, because just after, as you say, Simza Esports LMP2 jumped into the lane. Devotion Sim Racing, 3rd and 4th. I mean, flying in formation, blue ahead of red, and only a second or so to separate them. They're having a decent run with their 2 cars to have them running 3rd and 4th. And yeah, Team Chimera, Fuel Masters at some time. They are clearly trying to maybe cut out a pit stop somewhere. They're going very, very long with Joshua Chin at the moment, but eventually they will have to stop. Simza will probably resume the lead, and I think we saw a driver change for Simza at that stop that they've just made. Was Alex Trainer before, and now Ramez Assam, I think.
Yes, it is Ramez Azam taking over from Alex Trainer. Also, other drivers switch for the other teams. We have Christophe Jabinot from for Devotion Blue. We have Jerome Hogg in Devotion Red. I know Ronnie Fantini is still in the car because we know Ronnie Fantini is an HPD Ironman of sorts. Joshua Chin is now in the pit lane, coming into for their pit service, so probably will hand out the car to someone else. Just taking a look over here, there is Ben Tusting and Jamie Woods and Simon Trindle assigned to their cars, but I think that would be Ben Tusting taking over the car from Joshua.
And Lorenzo, this is going to be very interesting where the Team Chimera car comes out, because we're looking at Devotion Sim Racing Blue right now. What we were, thanks Randy, coming past the pit entry, and we'll see what the service is for Chimera, but they're definitely going to end up behind their two Devotion Sim Racing cars because they're still stationary in the pit lane, and that's taken place now. So fuel only for Chimera. They're going to come out not far behind those Devotion Sim Racing cars, but you know, I was saying third and fourth wasn't bad for Devotion. Well, now it's looking like second and third, and tyres at the last pit stop for the second place blue car, but not for the red car. So Chimera could close up on the number 96 Devotion Sim Racing red car as well through this stint. So I think the makeup of the podium for LMP2 definitely not decided.
Yeah, still not decided. I'll go even further and say at least top 5 is not decided yet. If we are to look at Ronnie Fantini and Team Hoisinville, because they're just right in the rear end of Joshua Chin's HPD for a battle for P4, and actually it's going to be P5 in the category. So it's still up for grabs for everything, but like I say, Fantini actually on the downhill section just has a little bit of a wild move on the exit.
Yeah, and Fantini's in an interesting place with his strategies. He has to dive down the inside of the Williams Jim Ferrari. Interesting to see that Ferrari back out on circuit, actually, considering the size of the accident it was involved in earlier. We definitely saw that. But yeah, Simza and the two Devotion cars have recently pitted. Fantini here is 22 laps into a stint, so maybe he's got 8 or 9 more laps going on there. But he would appear to be a pit stop or 2/3 of a pit stop behind that Chimera car. So maybe it's the strategy and where they are in their pit cycle a bit less favourable compared to the car that it looks like they're battling. Oh, that's going to hurt Chimera at Positive Sim Racing down the inside of turn 1, a little bit slow. And now, excuse me as I burp my coffee, now Ronnie Fantini very wide, trying to make the most of the opportunity, and I think he squandered it a little bit.
He did squander it a little bit, but still within reach. He's just, in my opinion, he's just overworking the tires of that HPD more than he should have to try to overtake Chin. I know he wants that position prior to come to the pit lane and make his pit service, but still, I think he's putting way too much effort. He's overstressing the car, and the HPD, I know, is a car that you really don't want to overstress because it can bite you in the rear very quickly.
Yeah, you're talking about overdriving the car, sliding the car a bit too much, and that brings me to the track temperature, which was 23 or 24 at the start of this race, has now continued to rise. 33.9 degrees Celsius is where still half an hour away from midday in session time, so it will just continue to get hotter all the way to the end of this race. So if you're Fantini, who put on that set of tyres at the last pit stop, you don't want to be sliding them too much now. You really want to be looking after them, and that'll become an even more critical focus the deeper we get into this race. 3 wide, Zenith, Inertia, and the cars trying to lap them. 3 wide into turn 1, Inertia slots ahead. Satellite Racing in the Audi get through as well. Risky moment, but everyone gets through safely.
That could have been risky if Ronnie actually tried to go for the second overlap on the Inertia's GTE, but he didn't back away and worked it safely after turn 2. So he's not on the clutches once again, but back down to 1.2 seconds from Joshua Chin.
Just looking up and down the timing screen to see how many inertia cars we've got in this race. I think it's just the one. Inertia Sim Racing Corsac with Ilka Katlakowski. Sometimes some of these leagues they have more than one car, but yeah, Joshua Chin there gets a bit of a reprieve, a bit of break from the pressure Ronnie Fantini was putting on him. That battle will definitely keep going, but there's always battles in LMP2 it seems, because here's TNT and they've got a relay just up the road, Lorenzo.
Yeah, there's still TNT and relay once again, right? Because apparently they're still not out of our minds, and Robert Tinsey still trying to catch that relay. Still half of the 8.7 seconds, but traffic is not playing for him one bit, as we saw one of the Movano cars. I think that's the leading Movano. No, that's the 21 Movano car just overlapping them, and that will damage TNT momentums a little bit.
Yeah, TNT, another one of those P2 cars that is going to need to take a pit stop soon-ish. So I don't think Relay's actually under a lot of pressure right now. Sure, TNT Racing are closing just a little bit, but they are going to have to pit soon. Mirrors, in a way, that battle we were looking at between Chimera and Heusingfeld, where the leading car really doesn't have to be too concerned, because in theory they're a pit stop ahead. They've taken on a little bit more fuel already, aren't going to need as much time in the pits to get to the end. All that said, TNT Racing, every time the prototypes get caught behind a GT car in that final sector, it really does look like it costs them a whole bunch of time.
It sounds like it cost them the whole lifetime in terms of pace and gaps and timing itself. So they need to be patient. They can still do it, but they need to be patient and just pray that the traffic actually clears out a little bit, and then they can actually try to make a move.
Yep, indeed. There's always a short fill, a short stint to take somewhere in the race for these LMP2 cars, and it's always interesting to see some of the teams try and take that early to get a bit of track position, rather than stretch out the early stints. That's why we see a lot of cars that are 5, 6 or 7 laps into their stint, and then some that are 25 laps in or such. It has not stopped Ronnie Fantini from trying to pursue Joshua Chin here, and picking up a sizable tow on the way down to turn 1. He gets a good run through there, closes a bit on the brakes as well, so he comes and goes in the mirrors of Team Chimera.
And no fuel saving for Fantini either, let me just state that.
And when it comes to fuel saving in these LMP2 cars, I was going to ask you about it, but yeah, Chin, big struggle. Big issue putting the power down there, loses several car lengths. I think he gets it back underneath him. That car almost blends into some of the painted concrete here with that color of green that they've got on it. But regardless, I mean, if they were trying to save a bit of fuel, extend the stints, there's not really, there's some engine mapping you can do, but otherwise, what else would you do?
Yeah, I think the only thing you can actually do is just, make sure you don't overdrive the car. The HPD doesn't have a lot in terms of engine mapping. The biggest engine map you can get is number 8, which gives you full performance. Number 1 is basically you would go in if you ever try to go Le Mans in 24 hours around the track. That's where you probably would do. So number 8 is the engine map. Don't go anything else than that, and just pray that you don't overdrive the car and do clean laps.
Chimera car almost gets balked by the Positive Sim Racing Ford on the exit of the final corner, but I think there was just enough gap there. Heusingfeld's car also gets through and takes the normal braking line into turn 1. So another lap, and they're basically how they were a lap ago in this LMP2 battle. 4th and 5th in the class right now. And I look at my timing screen here, and the next car behind in 6th, the Core Sim Racing P2, on a very similar strategy to Team Heusingfeld. So I think when they come to their next pit stop, Heusingfeld aren't going to need to worry about Core, who they're a handful of seconds ahead of. I was thinking in this battle, Heusingfeld might be worried about being held up and losing position to some of the cars behind that might be on a superior strategy. I think Huisenfeld are in a bit of an island for 5th place. They aren't going to need to worry too much. The Prologue car holds up Chimera. We almost go a bit 3 wide down here, but not an opportunity for Huisenfeld this time. But it did give Chimera something to think about which way they were going to go on that sort of back straight, as you could call it.
I think, as you mentioned, Core, I think the goal for Core right now is try to do the best result possible so you can carry the best point outcome to the end of the round, because as we mentioned, they are in a battle for P2 and even P1 of sorts. They just won round number 3 of all rounds. Whoever else, Simsa got basically P2 in 3 rounds, and Rav Match won the other 3 rounds. So they're still within contention, but they need a good result. If we have to judge by the beginning of the race, they had that good result, but unfortunately the touch they had with Rav Match, with the 4 wide tangle you guys saw on the replay on the broadcast earlier, I think damaged their perspective a little bit.
Going to try and go around the outside of the AAA Esports Ferrari, and Colastegas might not like that too much because he's in pursuit of the Biela Racing Team Ferrari, about 3 seconds between those cars for 5th place in GTE. Not as close as the LMP2 battle, but where we had lots of GTE battles earlier in the race, they've all spread out just a little bit. Here's Chimera going around the outside and just getting clear of that Biela Ferrari, so that's the gap between them in 5th and 6th in GTE. The AAA car has been pretty strong on the fresher tyres and has already taken on more fuel than Biela. The last stop for Biela, they came in a bit early, and there was either some fuel left in the tank or they short-filled it a little bit. So I think, in theory, the AAA car should be carrying 5 or 6 seconds more fuel on board right now. When it comes to the final stop or the final splash, that could benefit AAA. The LMP2 battle we saw, well, we said Ronnie Fantini would need to pit sooner eventually. He dives into the pit lane that time, so that gives more breathing room to Team Chimera. We look now, this battle here, AAA are absolutely flying, Lorenzo. We saw the gaps the last 3 laps or so. The Ferrari of AAA looking a lot stronger.
Yeah, AAA looking a lot stronger, but real quick about that the P2 battle at the end of the HPD, I think the Huisenfeld went a little bit earlier than usual because they rode that sausage curve on the hairpin, on the left-hand hairpin while overtaking Biela. So that might have given 4 damage, and when you get 4 damage on the HPD, well, you lose speed. But talking about AAA, I think Carlos Dieguez is doing a really good job and has better better advantage on fuel strats compared to Biela. So he has time to work with, but I think knowing Dieguez, he wants to make the move before Biela goes into the pit lane.
Yeah, there was a few GTE cars that took that sort of slightly short stint where they pitted a little earlier than you might have expected. That's Team Redline GT and Biela that were both managing double stinted tyres and called time on their stint a little early and stopped it basically exactly the halfway point. Instead of the 1 minute 2 second pit stop that we're used to as full service, they might have still been carrying a couple laps of fuel, so they only could fit the stop time of 56 or 57 seconds. That means is they're going to need to take a bit more later in the race. So that is one to watch when we come to, I guess the next round of pit stops for them might start in about 20 minutes, but the teams going along will probably be able to pit as much as 15 minutes past the hour. LMP1 battle here. Positive Sim Racing have been involved in all sorts of battling. Race clutch car trying to close them, the number 15. And we saw a brief look at the lap gaps. That you can, well, you don't even need the data now, you can see it with your eyes. The massive advantage in straight line speed, blowing by for the number 15. So gets clear of the Zenith GTE in the same maneuver. The number 6 drops 1 spot there into turns 1 and 2. And that was battle 4th and 5th. So race clutch 15 now up into 4th. The Positive Sim Racing car back into 5th. Difference of strategy there as well, though. Race Clutch 15 pitted 8 laps ago. The Positive Sim Racing car is getting towards the end of a stint, but a move for position on track nonetheless. And one that also might be a move for position on track here. Some LMP2 cars. The least numerous class of cars. TNT Racing nearly becomes the second LMP2 to send that Williams GTE for a trip. Just manages to pull it up and avoid that one. Yeah, but my point there was that the LMP2 class, the least numerous, has been giving us actually a lot of battles in the GTE class that has far more cars to its ranks. It's been just a little bit more spread out and a little bit more sane. Plenty of traffic in this second and third sector of the circuit. Looking at the number 66. At number 66, it's NAB Racing. Running, but last in class and 2 laps down or so. But every car that took the start in LMP2, all 14 of them still out there and running, and it's a testament to how repairable these cars might be, despite the underbody damage that you can get from running over those yellow sausage curbs too aggressively. Of course, Sim Racing P2 in the pits right now, are they, in that class? I might be seeing things. Oh yes, they are, just leaving now. Pascal Stix there. That was one of the cars I thought would be involved in the battle with Team Huizenfeld, but they are going to come out of the pits, maybe 10 or 15 seconds behind Team Huizenfeld. So Huizenfeld were in fact safe. GTE battle again though. AAA just chipping away at that margin, looking for a top 5 finish in GTE. That would certainly help them. And Ferrari versus Ferrari battle, and some would say that Ferrari's biggest enemy is Ferrari sometimes, but the Biela car running a bit wide, and that's something we think we saw when they were double stinting their tyres earlier. Maybe their setup just eating the front tyres a little bit, struggling through the slow corners. What a mix of corners you have to set up a car for here at Barcelona though. Fast, long corners, and then some little hairpins and that final sector that appears so technical. In their pursuit here, we might take half a lap on board with AAA, give you a look at their gear shift points, if they're saving any fuel, and how they manage the traffic. Gotta love that little rear vision camera equipped on these modern GT cars. Take a listen to AAA Esports as they try to hunt down Biela. AAA not able to close as much as they would have liked on that lap, and part of it to do with the Positive Sim Racing LMP1 car splitting them, at least for a moment. That can be the struggle in these battles for the GTE cars. As you're trying to close in on someone, if you don't close the gap enough that it dissuades cars from slotting in between, you can get almost close enough and then have that gap opened up as an LMP1 car, like Positive Sim Racing did, tries to slide in down the middle. Great view of the hillsides where you can watch here at Circuit Barcelona, and all the safety features that they put up. Great wall and catch fencing there. This battle keeps on going. Now Impulse Racing LMP2 Another prototype to slot between these two. Just as AAA was starting to get close to Lorenzo, the gap then opens up just a tiny bit more. But there's a difference in strategy between the two Ferraris as well.
Yeah, there is a 5 lap difference between Bila and AAA, which actually is in favor of AAA for to talk about fuel strategies and stuff. Because Bila will have to take a, if they actually I was gonna say they will be able to go for the full hour and not be concerned about fuel. Old AAA nearly touching the back of the World Sim Racing car, so that was close, but he's trying to maximize the draft out that LMP2 so he can get close, and actually got a little bit close, and Satellite just passing through.
Yeah, that Satellite coming past at quite high speed. Yeah, sometimes that's how it is with the really, really slow corners, is the mechanical grip for the GT cars can be just a little bit better. AAA definitely did look like they get held up a little bit, and that fuel difference is something we talked about, that Bila stopped a little bit early and in essence have taken their short stint early. AAA got 5 laps advantage on fuel. In GT though, at the lead, Core just started losing a little bit of the advantage they had. When we did our top 8 rundown earlier, they had an advantage of 3.5 or 4 seconds. Well, Sim RC done a great job in the second half of this stint, since these two cars both pitted about 24-25 laps ago. Sim RC have brought it down to a 1.5 seconds. They really, really want to be close when the next round of pit stops opens, because that's an opportunity for them to get past 2 BMWs for the lead, and these two have been able to manage a bit more pace than Altus Esports have. Altus a little bit further back in 3rd place, but the battle for 1st and 2nd is going to hot up Lorenzo.
And it's going to hot up pretty much for the next few minutes in the next few laps. I think they're probably going to go around the hour. They have the same amount of rubber, if I recall correctly. You guys can correct me on this. On my telemetry, it says that Yannick Kiro actually went for the full service, and I saw the car going up to the jacks, I think, for a slight second. So both cars on pretty much equal strategy in terms of fuel and tires. So there will be a battle until the last pit stop, and might be the battle for the race for the remainder of these 1 hour and 12 minutes we have left.
Yeah, if anything, Core have already got 2 laps more of fuel to their advantage, but other than that, the tire life very, very similar. So maybe it's just the BMW getting a little bit quicker on a lighter fuel load. That would be the little advantage that Sim RC have got. Right now there's no traffic between them, so if they get a good run through this final sector, Felix Luding might just be quick enough, just be close enough to slot into the slipstream as well. I think at this distance he'll definitely notice it, and that will help him close that last little bit of the gap. Once they're within 1.5 seconds or so, then down a straight like this in 6th gear, you can start to get that advantage. A couple of extra kilometers an hour, also save yourself a little bit of fuel as well. Here comes an LMP1 car, probably going to go all the way around the outside on turn 3, and that helps Sim RC that he doesn't get a prototype car try and slot in between him and his target. This, with 1 hour 11 minutes to go, is the battle for the GTE lead.
And the only car I can see is actually, there is another LMP1 right looming large. I think that is the Race Clutch 16. You know, that's the 15 looming large, so it will reach right about the downhill left-hander, and then coming up to the right hill up-hander, it will come reach that Sim RC just right at the exit. Let's see what happens. Clean exit. Not losing a lot of time, and still within the back bumper of the MA from Core Sim Racing GT.
Great effort on the brakes from Felix Luding there, closes up a couple car lengths, and now you couldn't fit another BMW M8 between them, and I mean that in all seriousness as well. Struggling to get the car turn is Yanni Kiro. Looked a little bit out of sorts through the long right-hander. Now the technical section, the new chicane of the Grand Prix layout, this is some of the best opportunity that Sim RC have had in a while. They're right there. There's a lap down, Williams, Jim, Ferrari in front of them. That could be the opportunity as well. When will he get out of the way? How will he get out of the way? Will it cost Yanni Kiru anything? Best place to see it is on board with SimRC as they look at the BMW, of course, Sim Racing in front of them, and wonder about the traffic. Little tap of the brake lights from Core through the middle of the corner, trying to help the car turn through the long, fast corner. That's definitely interesting to see. And out of the way gets the Ferrari. I'm sure both teams will be very happy with that, not interfering. LMP2 car though, gonna be the next, and there's contact. The Williams gym car slides back across, puts a tap on the rear bumper of the Chimera car, which rolls back across the circuit. Not going to be a lot of damage for that from either teams, but that was clumsy, and we are going to get a look at the replay of it. Is it possible that Williams gym were just looking forward and not looking backwards? Didn't notice Chimera going to stick their nose there. It was Augustin Canapino driving the Williams gym car. Here's the replay. Lorenzo will take a look at it again. He's there on the right hand side all the way, and I just think the Williams gym esports car has gone in a bit too hot.
Yeah, I think it was a miscalculation from Canapino to notice Chen coming up on the right side, and he thought he would have room to stay glued at HPD. But unfortunately there is not, and touch the right rear side of Chin, which will show that the wing is slightly bent. You will see is not majorly bent. It will take some speed away and maybe some stability, but Chin must not be happy about that.
Yeah, from the onboard there, if you weren't looking at your mirrors, you'd think that he'd let the two GT cars through and then tried to resume the racing line, and then noticed a prototype trying to sneak around on the outside there. I don't think, pardon me, Team Chimera did anything wrong there. I think, unfortunately, Augustin Canapino just not paying full attention, or not aware of what grip he had underneath him, which is a real shame to see. What it doesn't affect is this battle for GT lead, where Felix Ludding still right up behind Yanni Kiru, who gets held wide through the long corner there by RevMatch Esports UGX. If anything, that is a corner there where you can make good speed around the outside. It's a longer corner and kind of take the karting line, as they sometimes call it there. So it didn't actually cost Yanni Kiru as much as it might have around some other corners. Felix Ludding still looming large in the mirrors, and traffic. Here comes Team Chimera for the second time, hoping to get past the GT cars a bit cleaner. He dives down the inside of SimRC and separates that battle. We had our eyes on Lorenzo.
Yeah, but we also saw a massive wiggle under braking for Felix Ludding, so he had to hold the car and went wide on purpose so he could avoid a touch with that Chimera car. But didn't lose a lot of time, in effect, because Chimera overtook on this low section that work card, so it allows Felix Ludding to regain that disadvantage that he ended up earning or giving to himself against Core.
Yeah, traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. For all the time that SimRC lost to the LMP2 car coming through then, also he dove down the inside of Yanni Kiru on the entry to that final complex. And then it ends up exactly as it was. Tighter line into turn 3 from SimRC. And then they push a bit wider on the exit. That's not really going to help them look for a dive down the inside to the next corner. Neither will the TNT LMP2 explosively arriving on the scene, if you could say exactly that. What about where he gets past the core car? He stays in line once again, runs a bit wide, and if you're Felix Ludding, you're thinking, get on with it. You're stopping me from trying to attack in this battle. So, little something in my throat there. It's back to how it was.
And talking about what Randy brought up, fuel window is approximately 4 laps away. If they can stretch it out to those 37, 38 liters, would be amazing for those cars, because they would be pitting right under the hour. We still have 5 minutes to go to 1 hour remaining. But that Zenith car, Ludding had to throw
big
the car
block
to the
on the core car.
Yeah.
And then the big flash of headlights as well from Yanni Kiru, who's saying, I'm trying to battle for the lead here. I've got a guy right up behind me, and you are a lap down and in my way. Wow, that is not going to be what Yanni Kiru wants whatsoever. Be interested to take a second look at that in a minute, but still he has that Ferrari in front of him. Felix Luding right behind him. That would be frustrating, very frustrating indeed for Core and Yanni Kiru. He's going to look to the inside of turn 1. Is he going to get by? Yes, he is. Both of our leaders now past the Zenith car. Yanni Kiru wanted that to happen 5 or 6 turns ago.
Yeah, Yanni Kiru wanted to clear out so he could have the Zenith car in the middle. Oh, there's the Leo Neon almost touch with the CMRC. Could have gone very wrong. But Leo just manages to thread the needle and pass both cars in turn 4.
All of this traffic, all of these changes in lines, and still Core hold on to the lead. We saw some of them manage, 37 or 38 laps in the previous stint. SimRC now 32 laps into the stint or so. They are getting close to the top of the hour when they could pit and get to the end. I wonder if we'll see anyone dive in a bit early in that regard. Also, if they go as long as they can, Core are definitely the team carrying more fuel. They might still have another 8 laps, another 15 minutes of fuel on board if that's what they want to do. So it's a push comes to shove time in the strategy departments here for Core and SimRC. What do you do? Do you come in early, put on a new set of tyres and try to undercut, or do you go as long as you can, get to maybe 50 minutes to go and try to double stint with the splash of fuel, maybe 2/3 of a tank to the end? There are options, and they've got to think carefully, what will we do, what can our opposition do? And the track temp continues to rise now, 36 degrees Celsius. That's got to factor into it as well. That surely makes the double stint at the end less favourable, but if either of these teams would do it, I think it might be SimRC.
Yeah, I think if either one of them goes for the undercut, it has to be SimRC, but it has to be right around the hour. We just do a few more laps, see if you're actually going to get that room. As you can see, Core going a little bit wide with the braking, but still no room for to be worked with. Luding on the inside, nice move.
Wow, but is that going to work? I think he's pushed in too deep. Core come back through, but it was an interesting, opportunistic move. You don't expect a dive there, so he went for it as the circuit switches back between those corners, but he just couldn't get the car stopped and turned, couldn't get the momentum through the corner. Great job by Yanni Kiru to leave the door open and then switch back underneath. Lorenzo, here's the replay, and it's turn 4 here, where SimRC get a good run and then dive down the inside.
Yeah, you can see the perfect run from SimRC, and then Luding trying to be a little bit cheeky, but SimRC Core is not having any of it. Kiru is smart enough to let the car by and do the up and under, and you know, live to fight for another day. No contact whatsoever. Clean move. Scary moment for both of them. It is, but you know, that is racing, boys and girls.
I think great job by Yanni Kiru there to actually see that one coming, because I think he had to open up the steering wheel a little bit, and if he hadn't, there would have been a collision. So in that way, a little bit cheeky from Felix Luding, but he's running out of time and he's running out of options, and you see him getting desperate, trying to get opportunistic, but Yanni Kiru driving smart, not hard, and I think keeps them in the lead there. But he'll be maybe expecting to see a late dive again. We'll see what about this time, but he'll be expecting it. He might have to cover off in a couple more places now.
Yeah, he's gonna have to be covering more places, be worried where he can make a move. I know he's cheeky. He can actually get me by surprise at any given moment. So I think the one move that is kind of obvious that you really don't want to leave any room to make a move now is on this hairpin. As they come uphill, now they're gonna go over the straight, and it's, if the SimRC wanted to make a dive, this is it. But Luding goes for the late braking just to give that a little bit of pressure on Kiru. Oh, and there's contact between Bila, the number 4 car in AAA Esports, on turn 1.
So as we look there was some battles further down in the order. Taking a look, Biela in front of AAA, Prologue behind that, SRN Motorsports LMP2 trying to come through. AAA goes for the dive behind the LMP2 car, and I don't think Biela have seen that coming. They cop a tap on the outside right rear. Now, I'm going to need to see that one from another angle, but the battle continues. Prologue trying to go around the outside, trying to take advantage, and they are going to grab almost 2 positions for the price of 1 in 1 lap. So opportunistic from Prologue, as the 2 Ferraris have been tangling. That is a lot to digest. We're now in the last hour of the race now. 1 hour to go, and Prologue React Esports. Jackie Lotterman riding himself into it. He looks to the inside of AAA in turn 4. He holds the car around the outside for the next. He won't be squeezed out. Around the outside, still just got his nose in it, AAA try to close the door, and there must still be some rally spirit in that Ford, because he doesn't lift. Jackie Lotterman grabs the position. Brave around the outside, but he made it work. And what about AAA and Biela though as well? That, an interesting move from AAA on Biela that I think the stewards will be looking at.
But yeah, they will
all
be
kicking
looking
off.
at those moves.
All kicking off in GT, Lorenzo.
Yeah, all kicking off once again in core. There's the HPDC World Sim Racing. Luding has to back away a little bit, gets blocked by core. It will actually be activated once again here on the second to last turns. Here they go, technical part. Right, let's see who gets a better run into the final turn. That looks like Core has to get gets the better run compared to SimRC. It's activated once again in these final laps to the final pit stop. But one thing I have to say, 2 things. Number 1, that is probably one of the most courageous moves I've seen on the outside of a turn. And number 2, 4 top 5 GTE poggers.
Yeah, indeed. So within the final hour of the race now, pit stop window open for GTE cars to pit and get to the end. Our top 2 battling very closely. Neither of them answered the call to go down the pit lane this time. SimRC in second place might have 2 laps of fuel left. They might have more depending on what their consumption has been like behind in this battle, but they are surely getting towards the empty end of their tank. Will Yanni Kiru pit for Core as well? We don't know yet. A couple teams have jumped in the lane for their final stop. One of them was that Biela Racing Team car. We saw them lose a position to AAA, and then it was about time for their pit stop regardless. So they take a set of tyres at their final stop. Track temperature 36.7. I think that's going to be the popular thing to do, unless you're maybe someone like Altus Esports in third place and you need a Hail Mary attempt at trying to write yourself into the fight, because otherwise it's looking very much like one of these 2 BMWs is your best bet for the win.
Yeah, for Logitech Gialtas, it's looking bleak, the situation. If they go for that Hail Mary, it has to be the biggest Hail Mary in the history of, Hail Marys, even more the ones you see in American football. But it's going to be complicated, because if they go for a pit stop, their drop-off in tires will be huge compared to CMRC and Core. And once again, lately breaking for Luding, launching the car right on the rear end of Kiro.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw 42 seconds back from second to third place, so Altus Esports not even close enough that double stinting a set of tyres would get them in the picture. You only save 25 seconds or so double stinting the tyres, and they're too far back for that. Really struggled for pace deeper in the race. They were really on song in the colder temperatures. The hot track temp maybe just not favouring the balance of their car, maybe just not favouring the Ferrari. Who knows, but we have a cracking battle for first and second. Fourth place, championship leaders Team Redline GT on the pit lane. So they are coming in just a little bit early, and there's some damage on the front left of the car. Who knows if they'll get a little bit of that fixed while the tyres change, if the tyres change. But Christopher Dambeats, it looks like, going to drive that car to the end. Nothing to stop the battle for first and second. Artifact down the inside, but Core, that doesn't phase them.
I was gonna say this. I thought Ludding was actually gonna take the opportunity from Artifact going on the inside and trying to make a move as well, but I think Ludding knew that he didn't have a lot of room to work with. He was just
Tyres for Dan Beats, bit of repairs as well. And this is when I think SimRC might need to pit. Surely no, they've got one more lap in them. Okay, they're going for 38 laps at a minimum to their stint, but to be fair, they've spent the last maybe 10 laps in the toe of core sim racing.
If SimRC wants to make a move, it has to be now 37 liters. 37 laps on their stint. I think they're going to that's the 37th lap on their stint. So if it isn't here or they have the feel for one more laps, it has to be now. They need to make a move if they are trying to look for a race win. And then when they come into pit lane, pray that the rubber they get is enough to hold core at bay.
There was tyres like we saw from Team Redline GT. That's full service for them, which is interesting. The battle that they're having for third place with Altus, those two cars, those two Ferraris, are going to be very close. The Impulse LMP1 coming through didn't stop Core Sim Racing from holding on to the lead. Maybe it would have given an opportunity to SimRC, but Felix Ludding looking a lot less aggressive on this lap. I wonder if he has a fuel number to hit, or maybe he'll stay out one more lap after this and make me look silly, but he is now 2 car lengths back compared to spending the last couple laps absolutely monstering the rear bumper of Yanni Kiru. And again, he closes a lot on the brakes into the slow corners. Maybe the brake bias for him, giving him more confidence there. Who knows, but it's definitely seemed like the strength for SimRC on the brakes. Core maybe a bit more of an all-rounder. They're going to come through the complex here in the last sector. We'll see, do either of them go for pit lane? Core out, SimRC in. This is make or break laps for both of them.
I think now Core has at least 2 laps to work with to try to get the best lap possible and try to widen up the gap that he had to SimRC, because knowing SimRC, they will come out blazing through the first laps and try to close their best and hope that the traffic doesn't play against their favor. So now the ball is on Core to see they can actually break away.
This pit stop going to be absolutely critical for SimRC. We're watching them because they are one of those teams that have been aggressive on double stinting tyres. What are they going to do in their final stop? Are they going to go for track position, or are they going to go for grip underneath them? They're going to go for track position. Just 29 seconds of fuel for Felix Ludding, 52 minutes to go, and the call at SimRC is double stint those tyres. They are going to hope and pray that they looked after them in the first stint, and they're going to need to look after them with all they can in this remaining 52 minutes. Track temperature still 36.7 degrees. So what do Core Sim Racing do? Being scored in the lead, they managed to close down and pass in the first segment of this race when they did take tyres. So what about now? Do they come in now and react to SimRC? Do they stay out as long as they can? And when they react, what do they do? Do they match the calls, double stint the tyres, or do they trust the grip and extra speed that taking a set of tyres will give them? We watch
We'll see now.
And they're going for the pit lane, and that has surprised the Leo LMP1 behind them. That could have been nasty, but Core onto the lane 1 lap later to respond. And for the win in this race, the pit stop call from Core is going to decide it. You'd have to think, what are Core going to do? Double stint the tyres or back themselves on a new set and that grip? Lorenzo, yeah. This is a very interesting time in this race.
This is pivotal right now because SimRC is just doing the uphill right-hander, which leads to the final 5 turns, which is the more technical and slow section of the track. They go for the left-hand side, do the right-hand side. We're still paying attention over here. 29 seconds. That's where
on the jacks.
Tires in.
Core on the jacks. So they are taking a new set of tires. That means they'll come out maybe 25 seconds behind SimRC with 50 minutes to go in this race. They are going to need to close, they're going to need to catch, and then they're going to need to pass if they're going to win this race. I love this. Equal cars, but a difference in strategy, and we're going to see who has pulled the big brain moves with 50 minutes to go? Are SimRC going to look the heroes, or are they going to have egg on their face? Or are Core going to regret their decision to take new boots? Both of them have pitted now out of the lane. Altus carry on, briefly scored in the lead. What they do is going to be interesting because their main rival for third position has already pitted in the form of Team Redline GT, excuse me. I hope both of those teams will forgive me for that error. So what Altus do now, also going to be very critical for the final makeup of the podium.
Yeah, so one thing we can talk about is, first and foremost, we need to see the next 3 laps from all the GTEs so we can actually get an idea, not exclude the out lap, but the first 3 flying laps, so we can get a perspective on how well those worn out tires from SimRC are performing compared to Core's. And talking about SimRC, I have something to say. That is a bold strategy, Cotton. I see it pays out for him.
Altus staying out longer as well, and I think the longer that Altus go on this stint, the more likely it looks that they double stint those tyres. When they come around next time, we're going to be in 46 minutes or so remaining on the clock, 47 minutes remaining, and that, I think this looks towards Altus stretching out all of their stints as far as they can so that they don't take tyres at their final splash. That means they're also on the opposite strategy to the team that they're fighting in Redline GT, who pitted 4 laps ago and did take tyres. So we've got 2 BMWs fighting for first and second on opposite strategies, and I think we're going to have 2 Ferraris fighting for third on opposite strategies. This has definitely been a day for the strategists. AAA, who are fighting for 5th, currently scored in 4th, are on the lane to make their final stop as well. We're reaching the end of that GTE pit window where everyone's going to have to make their stop to fuel them to the end.
And we can see AAA not putting tires on their cars, so also double stinting tires. And we've seen how well AAA has been doing on this latter half of the race. So this is another team I can talk about, David, which could try to sneak in with the podium place or even top 5.
Altus still out there, still being scored in the lead, and they are just not going to hold up SimRC, who are a couple seconds back. But how far on this run can Altus go? This is 38 laps now. I haven't seen any GT cars go much longer than 38, and there the Altus Ferrari dives into the lane. So too does the Biela Ferrari. SimRC are going to cycle back through into the lead, and what a task they have ahead of them to try and make pace on old tyres in what's becoming an increasingly slippery track.
I got over here from some guys talking on the iRacing Esports Network chat that if it is 30 laps for their cars, it has to be around the 2nd per lap in order for Core to actually try to have a look on that SimRC car, as Logitech Jalta Esports is on their pit lane doing their service. I just want to see if they're actually on the jacks, as they are.
So tyres for Altus, that's interesting indeed, but I think that might just work out for them. SimRC and Core, that battle last time around, Core 1.2 seconds faster, and if they can do that every lap from here until the end, I think Core can do it. If they're only pulling half a second, it wouldn't be enough, but if they can average more than a second a lap, they are going to be able to close down that margin, currently at 27 seconds. You can ignore laps 111 and 112, those were the pit stop laps, but the first comparable flying laps, Core are doing everything they need. The other positions in this GTE class, well, we saw tyres for Altus Esports and no tyres for AAA Esports. So AAA in 3rd right now. I think Altus are going to be able to catch and pass them.
Yeah, they're going to be able to catch past them, but here's the thing. We have to now, let's see what's the lap is right now for SimRC is 141.9, which could have gone under traffic, so it could have damaged their performance a little bit. I'm just trying to take a look at Core, see where they are. We're coming to the slow section. The first lap was a 140, so if we were to compare laps, there's one lap down, and we just saw there's a battle for P5 under Core and Team Hoisenfeld, but that actually is kind of going to be a long gone because Core just made the overtake on Hoisenfeld on the up right-hander, and Pascal Sticks is on the charge.
Yep, our focus in the final 45 minutes of this race, some of it's definitely on the GTE battle that is looking very, very interesting indeed, but there are 3 classes in Sports Car Open and battles in all of them. Team Chimera just ahead of Simsa for the lead in LMP2, but Simsa have just pitted and are definitely ahead on the fuel cycle of Team Chimera. Simsa doing all that's required to potentially be the winners in LMP2, but what a car park they have in front of them as Team Chimera go down onto pit road. Simsa back through into the lead. LMP1 we have not talked a whole lot about. Well, that's because Movano have again about a 40-second lead over the Race Clutch 16. Since about, what, lap 5 or something, there's been no one but the Movano Sim Racing 20 that you've thought of as potential winners in this one. A fantastic job that they are doing. Some other battles deeper down in the order though, and there, the core car that is looking to take as much time as they can out of Sim RC.
He is, and actually he's going to be able to get some time out of that Sim RC car. The last lap was a 140.8 where Sim RC got a little bit blocked by traffic, so 142.2, so nearly 1.6 seconds taken away from that battle between Core and Sim RC. It's going to be close, but it still has a possibility of, you know, Sim RC with a little bit of luck finishing close in the front of Core Sim Racing.
Impulse getting past World of Sim Racing team. World of Sim Racing team on a slightly different cycle of the pit stops, I believe, as well. There's been a lot of division in LMP2 about who took their short stints early, who double stinted, who triple stinted their tyres, and that's one of those ones where it's really hard to tell where the different teams stand until it all shakes out. Not like GTE where everyone's pitting almost exactly at the top of the hour, and the only difference is the tyres.
Yes, because the problem for the HPDs is that you're doing close to 15 minutes in terms of fuel. I think who pitted now is pretty much okay. Who pitted now are on the last probably 8 minutes, who are apparently 8 or 7 laps into the stint, are probably in a good range to finish the race without doing the splash and dash. The only team I might be a little bit hectic in terms of stints might be Impulse and maybe Artifact Racing. I'm not 100% sure about those two teams though.
Yeah, with 42 minutes to go, we're definitely in the window for LMP1 cars to make their final pit stops, within the window for LMP2 cars to make their final pit stops as well, so keep an eye on that on our timing screen and see who's made their final stops, who hasn't. Try to work out who's best placed for the podium positions in both of those classes. Could be a battle brewing for second between the Devotion cars though, because the Devotion Sim Racing Red is on fresher tyres, going a little bit faster than the Devotion Sim Racing Blue car in second place, and you see that 4 tenths, about 3 tenths. You need a little bit more than that to close down a 6-second gap. But if whatever they're doing for their setups, whatever they're doing for their practice and their preparation, it's paying off for Devotion Sim Racing because both of their cars running within podium placings right now.
I think that might be the first good result from the blue team, because the blue team isn't last in the standings in the P2 class, whereas the red team, the sister team, is actually, let me just take a look, it is in 4th place. But a good result. They're still far ways back from Core. It is 13 points away from Core. But since they are ahead of Core slightly, because even though they still have to pit, I think Core P2 still has to pit, there is a realm of possibility that gap might be coming down. If I do my calculations right, under the 6-point range.
How much performance do you think that Angry Birds helmet gives you though? I'm sure that's working in the favour of Jerome Haag. And then I also have to ask you, Lorenzo, what about the possibility of team orders? If the blue car is running in second and the red car is in third out on track, but the red car is in the points battle and the blue is basically written off the season, is there a potential you think they might swap the cars, or is that not in the question?
There might be a order in question, you know, for if they really are trying to take away the P3 spot. But let me just say about the Angry Birds helmet. First and foremost, it is a beautiful helmet.
And I think
but
that
it
must
isn't
be
the
a
race
hikey...
spot helmet though. If he had a race spot sticker, and I think that would have given him at least 1.5 seconds in pace compared to a race spot sticker on the car.
There's another sponsor on that helmet that was also the sponsor of Caterham when Heikki Kovalainen was driving in Formula 1. So I think that must be a Heikki Kovalainen tribute helmet, because he definitely did have one with the whatever the red Angry Bird is called. I think it's called Red on it, because Finnish driver and the studio for Angry Birds was also Finnish. That was a tie-up between them. And I think we've covered all the bases to be said about Jerome Haag's helmet.
Massive actually developments here in this race, which for some Maria Marciano is going to be a bummer. AAA Esports drive-through for causing a collision with the 145 from Bila Aeronix 4. And
that's
they're
what we
currently
saw at the
fighting for
moment.
third in class.
That's what we saw at the time. Yeah, they are fighting for third. They double stinted those tyres, and Altus took a brand new set. Altus almost a second quicker last time around, so that move might not have been too tricky. But yeah, we saw that move at the time. They were battling with Biela, and then an LMP2 car came through. They switched lines quickly, followed the LMP2 car, maybe a bit too deep on the brakes, and sent Biela for a bit of a wiggle. And so now, a drive-through penalty for AAA. We've seen some other teams serve drive-through penalties, costing them about 15 or 16 seconds or so. You add that to where AAA are right now, and I think they might only lose one spot to Team Redline GT, but then the cars behind there, Prologue React Esports currently in 6th, Biela currently in 7th, are all on fresher tyres, so then that might put them within range to lose more spots in the final segments of the race. Tough break for AAA there.
Tough break, but that is racing. Unfortunately, you gotta pay your dues, and let's see if Dieguez is gonna come into the pits. He will, and that is 16 when you start in the pit lane and go all the way in. In relative time, that is around 20 seconds that you lose. There is a small range where I think Prologue might be coming ahead of, or right in front, or right in their side when they come out of the pits.
Yeah, indeed. Prologue just coming to the start-finish line now. AAA Esports off the limiter now as well. So AAA just going to hold on to that one, but they do have the tyre disadvantage to the pursuing team. Same as for first and second in that category. And you see the times there. Core Sim Racing, great job on lap 116 and 117. The most recent lap, that sort of stalled out a little bit, and that is what Sim RC need to potentially be winners here, because otherwise on the clean laps for Core they just have too much pace. They're closing that gap down too quickly. There is about 20 seconds for the gap and maybe 22 or 23 laps to go for the GT cars. You do the sums on that, and Yanni Kiru, if he can do 1 second a lap every lap, then he'll get there with about 2 or 3 laps left to fight. And I think that's what he needs. They'll be doing the sums furiously at SimRC and at Core, because this is set up to be a showdown thriller. Core are closing at just the right rate that it's going to be a bit of a grandstand finish in GTE as it stands right now, I would think.
Yes, right now the gap is under 20.8 seconds, so it's coming down bit by bit. Is one thing that is damaged Felix Ludding is that he got involved in turn 1 with faster traffic, so he had to give away the position to those cars and throw him actually to the out part of turn 1. And to recover, you kind of lose half a second over there, but the worn tires not helping him one bit. But again, as you mentioned, it will be too close to call. 3 laps. Oh, you can help someone for 3 laps if you got the guts.
35 minutes left to go in this race and a lot of final pit stops done. Going to ride on board for a couple laps here with race clutch number 15, Fabrizio Donoso, trying to hunt down Impulse Racing LMP1. A lot of traffic for them to work through. Let's watch this one for a couple laps. Race clutch 15, Fabrizio Donoso, the pole sitter in this race, now down in 4th place, not making any inroads there on Impulse Racing and going a lap down to their teammate car, the number 16, who is, we think, on track for 2nd place, currently being scored in the lead. Battles continuing for several positions. Here is the AAA Esports car, the Ferrari, on the old tyres, having served the drive-through penalty. It's put them right back in the clutches of Prologue React Esports, your leading Ford GT for 5th and 6th place this battle right here. And the Prologue car on newer tyres in the draft, heading down towards turn 1. This is a battle for 5th in GTE. Moves to the inside, does Jackie Lotterman, and in the end, the move done rather easy as I think AAA roll out of the throttle and realise that with 30 minutes to go, they were never going to be able to defend forever on old tyres. Really just focused on running their own race there. So good clean move by Prologue up into 5th, and AAA Esports not looking to get the anger of the stewards again, having just served a drive-through. Battle for 8th place as well in this same class. Glacier Racing, who we saw bothering the top 5 earlier in the race, well now they're in 8th. They've got Inertia Sim Racing Corsac behind them, both of those cars on the same age tyres, though GTE definitely in the final half an hour looking like the place where the action is going to be, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and also I can see another battle going on for P13 in the class between Positive Sim Racing GT and Huber Racing Esports, but we're going to be sticking with this one for the time being, and this is an all-Finn battle, right? Basically both teams are from Finland, while both traditional teams from Finland to be more precise, so it's going to be interesting to see who come out on top. I know Glacier team, compared to where they were earlier in the race, it's not a position they want to be in right now, but still a respectable position nevertheless, within the top 10.
Yeah, Inertia with their Fox mascot, and Glacier Racing, what have they got, like a polar bear or something? In a fight, a polar bear would definitely beat a Fox, but on track, it's can a BMW beat a Ferrari? And as the track temperatures have now risen to 40 degrees Celsius, I think the BMW might be the preferred car, but no one tell Ilka Kadlakowski that, because he's still putting in great lap times and he's picking up the draft off the BMW as well. Lorenzo, what do you need a minute for?
No, I was just wondering, it's because you're saying a polar bear wins a fox in a battle. Are you talking about a 101 or a real life battle? Because, you know, fox walk in packs. A polar bear usually is all by himself, where there's a high likelihood. Well,
I didn't say a
that is, oh yeah, that is true. I am so sorry, people. I'm gonna retire myself a little bit and watch more Net Geo.
Lorenzo has mistaken foxes for wolves.
But what does the fox say? I'm sorry.
I was hoping it wouldn't come to that. I'm gonna unmute myself in OBS for the first time and then in the broadcast maybe. And I have to ask the immortal question: would you rather fight one polar bear-sized fox or 100 fox-sized polar bears?
I think, if I'm honest, a fox-sized polar bear is scarier than just a fox-sized fox. So 100 fox-sized polar bears are going to mess you up, whereas a polar bear-sized fox is like, oh gosh, what are those huge, giant, white, fluffy dogs? I don't know. I don't think I'm going to take my chances very well with either. We have to give you an update on first versus second in this GTE battle, and you can see there, Core Sim Racing still eating time out of Sim RC, but last 3 laps, they haven't managed more than a second per lap on any of them. They've got close, 0.9, 0.9, and then a 0.449. At that rate, it is going to be very, very close for first and second at the end. Core just can't quite manage enough over the last 3 laps to make it certain that it looks like their new tyres are going to help them win.
Yeah, next lap is what damaged them the most. I think it was under traffic 143.9, or SimRC just did a 142.7. So that's the first lap where SimRC actually being out on top compared to Core, but then thank the traffic for that, because Core got themselves actually quite bunched up and had to back away.
So a mistake potentially from Yanni Kiri, which is exactly what they did not need in their pursuit of SimRC that they're on right now. So that's why they lose just a little bit of time in the gap back out to closer to 20 seconds with 25 minutes to go. if the finish is within 2 seconds, then you'd have to point back at that moment as maybe where Core lost the race. We don't know yet. We wait and see, but if it's going to be as close as it is definitely looking it's going to be right now, then no mistakes can be afforded by Core or SimRC, and Core have made the first.
As right now they got overtaken by SimRacing, but I think this is the point of the race that, as you basically said, they can't afford to lose any more time. I think if they get 2 or 3 more laps, where SimRC might have the upper hand, it becomes a point where you might be thinking of, I wouldn't say throw the towel, but it's going to be more complicated than usual. And that is one HPD trying to fight for us, not fight for his position, but trying to fight to overlap the Core, but Core is not having any of it. Blocks the way of the number 66 car. There he goes away.
3 wide for the upteenth time on the pit straight. It's the easiest place for the passes to get made. Core, thankfully, not going to be impeded into turns 1 and 2 though, and on this lap around, I was looking at the wrong numbers. On this lap around, they take 9/10 back out of SimRC, and again, it's right on the cusp of those new tyres having been worth it for Core. This is setting up for a little bit of a nail biter, that is for sure. AAA with their double stinted tyres continuing to come under a bit more pressure. It's now Biela behind, closing them. And last time these two were close, well, that is when Biela went for a little trip, and then AAA went for a little trip to the steward's office that then resulted in a drive-through. We're hoping for it to be much cleaner next time, but Biela with the fresher tyres underneath their car, closing that in. What could have been a top 5 result for AAA, well, now they're looking at trying to defend 6th from 7th place Biela Racing Team.
Yeah, pulling something out of the Nikitin's phrases. The Jackie Stewart's room will be actually pretty much full right now, watching those 2 cars get close and then getting into a battle, because they might. We see what happened on the last time. This could happen again, but I think for now, AAA have put a mindset that they don't want to get involved in any more trouble. So there might be a possibility of they're not fighting Biela and letting them just pass.
Yeah, and as they crossed the line that time, the lap for AAA, 143.4, was a 142.3, so 1.1 seconds faster for the pursuing Biela car. And in the battle for the lead, Core were 1.2 seconds faster, so it's definitely reaching a point where those cars with fresher tyres are doing the work they need to do. That more than 1 second a lap faster is what we said Core needed, and it's also what Biela have got over AAA here. So it's always interesting to see that when some of the teams think double stinting the tyres is going to be the way to go. Some think that the double stinted tyres aren't going to last, and the convergence on those 2 strategies happens in the dying minutes of the race. It's definitely what we're looking for here. Simza, your leading LMP2, dive their way on through, and LMP1 thinks about it as well, and this is costing AAA. This is costing AAA a bit of time.
And that's costing AAA a chunk of time. That's LMP2 Racing who just gone through. Impulse used the small runoff area that he had left to actually make the overlap, and there's still one more car. That's the Movano, and I just want to confirm that's the Movano 21 car. And let's go to P3 LMP2s, I think, where Devotion.
Yeah, Devotion Sim Racing Blue and Team Chimera. Looks like Devotion Sim Racing Blue just pitted, taken their last splash of fuel to get them to the end. Team Chimera, I think, are looking like they're also fueled to the end. Oh, it's going to be close for them, I think, actually. They've 14 laps into a stint. They might have 15 more laps to go. Just under 30 laps, I'm sure they can do. It's going to be very, very close.
One thing I can say, they have to pit. The likelihood of them, saving at least a P4 is a reality. They might not get to P5 because they're just too far back. Team Hoiseville is just way far back to actually do something with Devotion Racing Blue.
So, interesting turn of events here for LMP2. Devotion Blue, fuel to the end. Chimera just stretching their fuel to get to the end. Simsa in the lead, 2 laps further along a stint than Chimera. They are right on the cusp of do they have enough fuel. But if they don't, they're going to need a splash. And they have about half a lap in hand over that battle for second and third. If they do need a splash of fuel, if they can't save enough, it's going to be very, very close for Simsa as well. So a grandstand finish forming in LMP2 as well. What about second and third in this class though? Does Joshua Chin have the pace to close and pass Devotion Sim Racing Blue? Chimera took a set of tyres at that stop 15 laps ago. Devotion Sim Racing Blue, just a splash of fuel. So the tyres might be about half a stint newer for Chimera. The time we've been watching, he just hasn't been able to get to the bumper, to the diffuser of Devotion Sim Racing Blue. This will be one to watch as well in the final 20 minutes. Battles forming up in the final minutes of this 4-hour race. That's how we like it.
And that's how you like it. I'm just doing hand mathematics real quick for the HPD because that's the only thing I can do right on the HPD. 19 minutes left. He has 15 laps. If he does 15 laps on this car, it's on the verge. It's on the verge because he does 13 laps with 10 minutes. 5 adds 5. That is 3. There's a small realm of possibility of Joshua Chin actually get P2 out of Devotion Sim Racing Blue and Red by the end of the race, but he has to go over aggressive fuel saving maybe to the last 5 laps of the race.
Been some dramas and a very long pit stop for race clutch 16. Don't know where the issue happened for them there, but they've just been 2 minutes 40 seconds on the lane. They were in and around the fight for the lead, probably tracking for second place. So I'm not sure what has transpired for that car, but some late race sting in the tail drama for LMP1 as well. LMP2 though, Chimera closer to Devotion Blue once again, and who's that right in front of them? SRN going to go a lap down to these guys. Are they going to factor into this battle? Are they going to impede Devotion Sim Racing Blue? Are they going to find a convenient way to jump out of the way of this battle? I think I saw a slightly short shift from 4th to 5th from Joshua Chin. He might still have a fuel number to hit, but the range out from the finish that they're looking at, they've done before in this car. It's a question of how much management is required. Might be just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit, he has to be... Oh, okay, I was looking at something over here really curious. I saw the iRacing chat, actually well done by Sven Hasse. I thought it was actually programmed pit, but I'm just taking a look. Race collection number 16, I think, ran out of fuel. Because he stopped right in the middle of turn 4 out of nowhere.
That is a bizarre issue for that particular race clutch car. The bizarre thing is they've gone on the tow hook with the race clutch 16, lost minutes, and still come out in second place. Such was the gap that they had over everyone else at third and fourth. So side by side, Devotion Sim Racing Blue going to get past SRN. Chimera also going to sweep past SRN as well. So not really being a factor in this particular battle.
Oh, and it just never mind. It is the replay. But yeah, Chimera has a chance right now just to hang back. I think that's what Chin wants to do. He can hang back, save the least amount of fuel he possibly can. I know I got from Fraser Williamson from Simsa that he can push from when they pitted as far as he knows, but what's the problem with saving a little bit of fuel if you can still be competitive, right? I can see on the cockpit he's not saving a whole lot of fuel. He's going for it on the start finish line.
And that's interesting information from Fraser, a member of Simsa Esports, the leading LMP2 car, because if he thinks Chimera can push from where they pitted, well, Simsa pitted 2 laps earlier, so that would probably suggest they can make it with conservation if 2 laps later was making it while being able to push. So that would say, unless he's making a bit of a bluff there, that they don't think that they're going to need to pit again, or if they do, it's going to be for the tiniest of splashes for maybe 2 laps of fuel. At that point, you're best off just doing the big lift and coasts and avoiding needing to take that final stop. This battle continues, 2nd and 3rd in LMP2, holding station for the moment. Looking at GTE though, here is
Simsa!
the leading car.
Simsa to insert in turn 4 with Zenith.
So dramas for the leading LMP2 car, bit of damage on the left side. I say a bit of damage, a lot of damage on the front left there. Here comes the replay. Car clean at this point, going into turns 1 and 2, said with Zenith. So we'll take a look where they were for the damage. They're going to try and pass the Altus car in turn 3. That goes cleanly down the inside here. We follow this replay until the point of the damage on the LMP2 car for Simsa. Oh, we cut forward and there it is, the Zenith car. The Zenith Ferrari's up in the air.
Yeah.
So, wow, dramas for Zenith, and then Simsa get involved in it as well. That's going to massively shake it up. Here is the onboard. They come into the corner. They come around, and then Zenith is facing the wrong way. Ramez Azam sees the car rolling, tries to cut tighter to the inside, then the Zenith Ferrari stops. That's an awkward place to be facing the wrong way. Here is the Zenith replay. They've just lost the rear, looped it in the middle of the corner. Stood on the brakes, got collected by someone else there, and then they're trying to get it facing the correct way. Nose first contact. That is a huge drama for Simsa and their leading LMP2. Here's another angle, Lorenzo.
And here we can take a look on Zenith actually hitting away. That was Williams who catched them. It was Altus or Williams. It looks like Altus catching them. And
Was the Williams car that hit them?
Williams got hit them, and then nothing to do about Zenith. They could have reversed the car, but it's a complicated thing that you really want to do. I cannot blame Jose Lobo one bit for having the car stuck.
Well, that blows open LMP2 class, because that is a lot of damage for Simsa. They're going to try and carry on. I haven't seen them pit yet. They might come into the pit lane this time. But if you're them and you're trying to win, what can you do except carry on? They've got 40 seconds, as you can see. They've got 12 minutes left of racing. They're just going to hope that that damage isn't going to stop them getting to the end on their fuel and isn't going to cause them to lose 40 seconds over the remaining time.
It's going to be complicated because that front end, when it's heavily bent, you lose at least 20 kilometers off speed. So you're going to be losing not just that in terms of speed, but you're going to be underperforming the entire time.
GTE update as well. SimRC leading, Core trying to pursue them, and they've gone and lost 3 or more seconds on the most recent lap, which has really hurt their pursuit of the lead. Going to take a replay. Big check up in front of them here. LMP1 car diving down the inside of an LMP2. What happens for Core to lose 3.5 seconds or more? We're going to watch this lap around, because this is also absolutely critical to the GTE lead and who's potentially going to be the winner in that class. So Yanni Kiru driving the Core BMW. Sector 1 all looking good so far. Is it going to be traffic, or is it a mistake all by himself? We'll watch, and I guess soon we're going to learn.
As we now see going up downhill, he's struggling
he
with
pushes
the car
wide through the S's there. That's surely going to be a slowdown cutting that far.
Yeah.
He just big load of understeer there, decides to cut the chicane, and that was actually wrong decision to make, and that has really, really cost Core. They were maybe within 10 seconds of the lead, and now no longer. That again, that looks like some dramas there, because we're still following the replay, and in the middle of the corner there, looks like Understeer 3 wide. He cops a bit of a shoulder check as well. This is where you would lose a bunch of time.
Yeah, I mean, that was not good from both LMP1s. I think Core has nothing to be blamed about it, and very honestly, that damages quite a lot their perspectives for the entire race. That excavating to the downhill left-hand side, it happens because it is a very complicated place for you to get your brake in. But that right-hand side, I'll put the blame on the LMP1s. That was just too opportunistic and optimistic from their end.
Especially into a slow corner where the LMP1 cars can be weak. Well, we kind of lose the battle for the lead in GT3, and it's replaced by this battle for third place. Team Redline having a strong run towards the end. Both of these Ferraris took tyres at their final pit stops, but Christopher Dambeats in the Team Redline car just a little bit quicker in the closing stages. 10 minutes to go might mean 5 or 6 laps for the GT field. And Dambeats trying to close in on Yannick Lapchin in the battle for the final step on the podium. SimRC, Core and Altus are all engaged in a championship battle. Well, here we go as well for LMP2. We said damage for Simza. They're trying to nurse it home. This is how bad the damage is. They're losing 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 5.3 seconds every lap. 30 seconds is all they have left in that buffer. Devotion Sim Racing Blue are going to need to push, and they're going to need to push, and they're going to need to push, because at 5 seconds a lap, they need 6 laps to close that gap, and that's about exactly what they've got. So Simza will be praying for all they are worth. They can hold on to that. This is going to be quite a finish for several categories.
The eyes will be actually on Team Chimera and see how Joshua Chin actually will take a look, because Devotion needs to come down the pit lane. It's 33 laps. It is, unless I'm very mistaken, that is 33 laps on Herbigino's car, so he needs to come down pit lane anytime soon. But it is, if they keep doing 136, that'll be 4 laps. It is a possibility if they can chunk 4 laps per 4 seconds per lap, but it will be complicated. It will be very down to the line.
Redline trying to close Altus here. Bit of a flash of the headlights from Redline. No reason for that. Dambeats just saying, hey, I'm here and I'm coming. I'm closing this gap down. And there's no traffic between them right now, and I think when there is no traffic, the Redline car, your championship leader, and by 22 points. A win in this series awards 25 points. So 22 points is a very, very healthy gap for them to have. They're closing for third place. And Altus, in their battle for second in the championship, need all the points they can get. So they are not going to want to give up this spot to Redline. Redline don't need to risk anything fighting for that position, but I think honor and pride dictate you fight for everything you can without taking unreasonable risks. That's kind of the position that Redline are in, and you can see that gap now. That's definitely the draft range. So Redline are going to start to pick up a toe off Altus, and that will be a battle in the remaining minutes. And then second and third, well, this is kind of the battle for who is going to catch Simza. Chimera were right in that battle now, 1.6 seconds behind. Maybe you doubt that they can push all the way to the end. Regardless, they're still there, and we need an update on how Devotion are catching Simza, because that is a wounded, very, very struggling Simza Esports LMP2. But I think Ramez Azam has just learned how to drive that damaged car, because the amount that he is losing is starting to plateau. It was 6 seconds, it was 5.5 seconds a lap, then 5 on the next, and now it's down to about 4.5. The clock is ticking down, and what a drive it will be for Simza if they nurse that broken, butchered LMP2 across the line for the win.
Yeah, gap coming down under 20 seconds right now. And looking at the full perspective of the race, it is lap 151 for the LMP1s, and we have at least 6 more laps programmed to the end of the race. If it goes to 164, I'll be honest, there is a good chance that both either Devotion or Team Chimera has the possibility to make that overtake, because if they take 4 seconds per lap, it is 24 total. It will come down if Simza does some heavy blocking, or just do the banzai move and try to go for the win.
With the straight line speed Simza must be lacking, there's just no way that they can defend. Devotion gets massively checked up by the Biela car. Then Chimera right in the picture once again. Flash of the headlights from Devotion says, I'm not happy with you not letting me through when I'm in this battle and you're not involved in a battle. So around the outside is going to have to go Team Chimera. They've just got their nose in front, but they are on the outside. The brake lights come on later from Devotion Sim Racing Blue. They try to close the door and there's contact. Tiny tap on the rear quarter sends Devotion Blue around, and that is not at all what they needed at this point. They thought they had them covered. They were most of the way clear after turn 1, and Chimera keep the nose in. From the helicopter shot you see Devotion slide from Chimera there, lets Devotion Sim Racing Blue get most of the way clear. They think they've got the corner, and Chimera do not lift. That sends Devotion Sim Racing Blue around. A bit careless from both, if I'm honest, when they were in the picture to fight for the lead. We'll see it on board from Chimera. He turns in around the outside, has a wiggle, keeps his nose in there. That is a tough one for the stewards to decide if Chimera still deserve to be able to keep their nose in there. If you're Chimera, you've got to keep racing. You've got to, because of that damaged Simza car that they are chasing. Now, I saw when our LMP1 leader crossed the line to start 4 laps to go a little while ago, didn't look like they were going to put the LMP2 cars another lap down, so there might still be, this time crossing the line, 3 laps to go for the LMP2 field. It's so critical for Simza where they are relative to the overall leader to determine how many laps they have to go, because you see lap 147, 5.5 seconds lost, and they just can't afford to keep doing that for 3 more laps. We haven't had our cameras on them quite enough because of the healthy gap they've got, but this is your LMP1 leading car, Movano Sim Racing number 20. And they, well, what a drive from them. There's always dramas for a lot of the LMP1 field, but the number 20 just seems Teflon to those problems.
Yeah, he looks like he just came out of the garage, right? One piece, no problem, no damage whatsoever. No, I think Chimera let Devotion go by.
That is interesting. Devotion Blue back in front of Chimera, and I think this really cost both of them a lot of the time they needed to pursue the leader. Got the replay here. Chimera passed the scene of the incident last lap through turn 3, and then is this a mistake, or do they just roll out of the throttle? Way off the throttle. They stay wide in turn 4. Blue catches, flashes the headlights, and comes back through into second place. So I think an act of sportsmanship there from Chimera, and they're hoping they'll avoid a penalty from that. So drama and sting in the tail of this LMP2 battle. The 2 Simza cars together on track. 2 laps to go for the leader.
2 laps to go for the leader, and is not going to have enough time unless they take 6 seconds away from Simza, which, is a possibility. We saw 5.5 seconds at one point due to traffic, but they need to be clear-cut in every single lap to get into Simza and then make the overtake, because if it is 2 laps left for those LMP1s, it might be 2 laps left for everybody else. So it is go time to both cars, and they might be thinking, oh, now let's not battle anymore. Just leave it out for the last lap, and let's try to catch the leader in the best of our capabilities.
It would be incredibly unethical from Simza to use that Porsche GTE as a roadblock, so we're not going to see them do that on the 1 minute left on the clock Here is the pursuing cars, Devotion Sim Racing Blue, Team Chimera. It's not going to be the checkered flag for these cars this time. They're going to have one more lap, I do believe. Our LMP1 leader, though, ought to have started the final lap, if I see that correctly. Big check-up behind traffic for these LMP2 cars. Not what they need, trying to hunt down for the lead. Team Chimera do it again. Tiny tap looking down the inside there. They stump on the brakes. Devotion Sim Racing Blue carry on. But with how much these cars are being held up by that GT, you don't blame Chimera looking to put their nose down the inside where they can. This very well may be costing both of these teams a chance at the win in their class.
Yes, because here they come once again. Chin on the outside, Herbinho is gonna be on the inside. We've seen what happened on the previous lap. They touched basically what would be door to door. It is on the same scenario as both of them. Chin goes wide and they into turn 3.
Time is expired and your LMP1 leader has just made it for one more lap. There he is in turn 1. So that is going to give us maybe the time those LMP2 cars need to catch this car, the wounded Simsa LMP2. Unless they go a lap down to the Movano number 20. We'll see what happens, but it remains that Devotion is ahead of Chimera. Positive Sim Racing's LMP1 splitting them for the moment. This is going to be a tense final couple of laps in the LMP2 field. If you're any of these three teams, you would be forgiven for biting your nails right now. Chimera behind Devotion Sim Racing Blue. Both of them catching Simsa at a rate of 5 or more seconds per lap. Here comes your leader. Where's he going to end up relative to that LMP2 battle that we are watching? Regardless, a great drive from the crew of the number 20, who only have a couple more corners to go before they see victory in round 5 of Sports Car Open. And you know what? They're not going to take any chances with the traffic. With a lead of more than one lap, who can blame them? They just want to make sure they see that checkered flag cleanly. One more corner to go for the Movano number 20. They will not lap the P2 cars and they come through for the win. The Simsa car was stopped there waiting for the LMP2 leader. Simsa have already won. This is the battle for second place in LMP2. Simsa tactically Simsa has stopped. Did they take the win? We take a look. They did not. They may have run out of fuel. Devotion Sim Racing Blue, Team Chimera, 1 lap to go. They are actually battling for the lead in LMP2. I thought Simsa had been clever and tactical and gone down a lap, but per the timing, no, they have not.
They try to play the smart card of leaving the LMP1 maybe to go by because they didn't have enough fuel. And that allows Devotion Sim Racing Blue and Team Chimera. They go on the back straight. They has about 6 turns left, which Herbinho will have the advantage. Deep dive from Chin. He doesn't do it. He has still a few more turns left, but he only has still one more room to make actually an overtake, which is this right-hand side. He needs probably to dive in. He doesn't do it. Herbinho is going to live to fight for a few turns, but apparently Devotion Sim Racepot Dog agrees. The Devotion Sim Racing Blue will come out on top.
Tense drama in LMP2. Devotion Sim Racing Blue hold on. They profit from the unfortunate problems for Simsa, and they become the winners. We did not see our GTE winners cross the line, but Sim RC held on. Felix Luding doing some burnouts in the outfield of turn 3. He is understandably delighted, nursing those tyres in the hot track temperatures for a win in Sports Car Open. Big drama on our final laps, but just about everyone has seen the checkered flag. It's time to take a big deep breath and look at the standings for all 3 classes. Sports Car Open turns it on in Spain. I'm not joking, I need a big deep breath. Here we go. So Movano Sim Racing Team, the number 20, winners by a full lap. ahead of Race Clutch 16. Impulse Racing stand on the podium. Then Team Redline LMP Blue get 4th place. Positive Sim Racing in 5th. The Race Clutch 15, your pole sitter, only manages 6th. Then 2 laps down, the Movano Sim Racing 21. Leo Racing Team get 8th. Element Sim Racing finish in 9th, and it's Satellite Racing in the Audi in 10th place. Only a couple more cars in that class. They are Burst Esports in 11th, a retirement 77 laps down, and Team Redline LMP Yellow retired very, very early. They are 163 laps down. In P2, where we could not take our eyes away in the final runnings, Devotion Sim Racing Blue get the win, taking the lead on the final lap from Simza, and then only finishing 0.3 of a second ahead of Chimera. Devotion Sim Racing Red, well, they're only 6 seconds behind in 3rd place, and Simza ran out of fuel, took themselves a lap down on purpose so that they would finish ahead of Core in 5th, Hoisingfeld in 6th, World of Sim Racing Team in 7th, RevMatch Esports UGX in 8th, and then Relay Sim Racing in 9th. Artifact Racing 2 laps off the lead, TNT in 11th, SRN Motorsports 12th, Impulse Racing 13th, and everyone in LMP2 making it to the finish, NAB Racing rounding that out in 14th place. The most numerous and populous class of GTE, Lorenzo Bonda, tell us.
So we have Sim RC coming out on top, and that's followed by Core Sim Racing GT, just 4.760 seconds behind. And we have Logitech G Autos Esports in 3rd, Team Red Line in 4th, Prolog React Esport Blue on the 4th in the top 5. So that would be, top 5. 6 is Biala Racing Team Aeronix 4, Glacier Racing is 7th, AAA Esports 8th, Radicals Online TC Corsa is in 9th, Inertia Sim Racing Corsac rounds out the top 10. And we have Simza Esports GTE, Williams Jim Esports, Biala Racing Team Aeronix, Positive Sim Racing GT2, Huber Racing Esports GTE, Hellenic Racing GT, Radicals Online MOFTF, and Zenith Esports, Red Face Racing by JRT, and Black Star Racing is the 20 cars in the track.
So in the end, very, very close in GTE, but we just couldn't look at it. We're going to take a break here from RaceSpot TV on the iRacing Esports Network. When we come back, we've got some brains to pick. We've got some interviews to do as we dissect what was a very, very hectic and exciting 4 hours of Barcelona, round 5 of Sports Car Open. We are going to be back in just 1 second.
Speedway. Would it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMeritt at the line.
We're back with the post-race show here for round 5 of Sports Car Open, and what a thrilling finish it gave us in several of our categories. Well, we can start with our LMP1 winner. So we have Movano joining us here. Got Marcus Hamilton, I do believe, and from the Movano perspective, how did this race go in LMP1? Bit of mixed fortunes, really, taking the win, but the sister car really struggling.
Yeah, to be honest, it was one of the weirdest races I think we've done, because so Matt did a great job in the sort of first stint, keeping everything nice and clean, but literally everyone in the whole race seemed to have a big problem at some stage. So we basically just spent like 3 hours just cruising to make sure no mistakes and just bring it home. And yeah, it was really unlucky what happened to Mike. I'm not sure what happened at the start, but he lost a load of positions. So hopefully next time he'll have a bit more luck. But yeah, a bit of a strange race, but yeah, really thrilled to win it.
Yeah, you say troubles for just about everyone else in class, and you take the win by more than a lap here. A lot of the troubles, of course, happening with the multi-class interaction and the traffic and the lapping. A lot of that seems to happen in the final sector in that new chicane complex. How is that for, trying to get past some traffic there?
Well, I think if you're trying to sort of lose the least amount of time possible, then yeah, you've got to take a lot of risk, and it is quite a challenging area. But I think fortunately for us, we were just able to take it easy. But yeah, it's not fun when you're sort of looking at GT and HBD coming into the final sector, because you're just going to lose so much time. So yeah, very hard.
Well, big picture, you guys come into this race in the championship lead, and then second in the standings, Team Redline LMP Yellow, basically a retirement that really extends your points lead as we head towards the final round at 8 hours of Silverstone. How does that affect your confidence and how you prepare for the final race, knowing that you've just about, it's yours to lose?
So yeah, it was really sad for the Red Line Yellow guys, because they've been our main competition all year, and ultimately we want to fight them on track. We don't want to just win by default if they have a disconnect or anything like that. So really sorry for them. But yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at the standings properly, but I'm not sure if we still need to grab a result, or whether we've actually already won it. But it's made things a lot simpler for us in the next round. So yeah, I think the pressure's off for us. But yeah, it probably means it's going to be an even more exciting race for everyone, that they can just go for the win without worrying about the championship so much.
8 hours of Silverstone coming up. That's 1st of March. twice as long as this race. You've already done an 8-hour race in this season, but what's the preparation like? What's the driver stint planning like when the race is twice as long?
To be honest, 8 hours, it's not so much worse than a 4 hour, to be honest. It's easy enough to do with two people. We just got to check on sort of who's available for the next round. It might be that we want to put one or both of the cars with 3 people just to sort of spread the load. But yeah, 8 hours isn't a problem for 2 people.
Well, congratulations on what can only be described as a dominant win by more than a lap here at Barcelona. Who would you like to thank? Any last words or shout-outs?
Just to the whole team, really. So, I think Enrico, Florian, who just joined us, Gabor, Maxime, Mike, Tommaso, Will, they've all been great. And I think a special shout out to Matt, because he's undoubtedly been the best driver in the whole series this year. And put in some stunning results early in the season. This one was just a cruise, obviously, but he put in all the effort, and I'm sure would have dominated regardless. So just a brilliant team effort, really.
Well, we move from our winner in LMP1 to our winner in GTE, because Lorenzo Bonda is going to speak to Jürgen Frank from SimRC.
Yeah, I got Jürgen Frank from SimRC. First of all, congratulations on the win. And what we could call a very close to call win at a certain point, but unfortunately, Coors incident right about 30 minutes before the race end, where they were catching up to you, kind of changed the perspective a little bit. Did you feel threatened after the incident that they could close up despite the incident that they had?
Yes, thank you very much at first. There's after the incident from Core, I thought it would be more comfortable now, because before that it was very close. I think they made 1.2 seconds per lap to us, and that would be 0-0 at the end of the race. So now we had a 5-second gap at the end, which was exactly the time the issue cost them.
Right, and actually doing the same question to Marcus, I'll pass it up to you as well. And I'll put it in perspective the GTEs, because you guys don't like the sitting ducks in a track that is not as fast. You still have those low complex, you have the slow chicanes, which leads to the start-finish line. How does it feel, to have what would be the slowest car in the whole grid? Of course, in comparison to the LMP2s and LMP1s. And manage the traffic that can get pretty hectic.
Actually, it's not a problem at all, but at Barcelona and chicanes, the last chicanes, it's a very narrow chicane, so there it was a little bit tricky.
Right, and in talking about championship, now you come into Silverstone, and basically, if I recall correctly, you guys were tied with Logitech, so you guys now probably skyrocket in terms of comparison to Logitech in standings, and got a little bit closer to red line because they got P4. Do you guys still think there is still a possibility to fight for the championship? I believe you do, right? But how hard do you think it will be coming down to the final round?
Yeah, we are looking forward to the final round. Our target is P3 in the championship, but it depends if on the last race there's again another race. Maybe like yesterday was the Bathurst 12 hours. We didn't participate there, and so you saw red line was not that hard to beat today.
Right. And finalize, do you want to give any shout out to sponsors, other people watching?
Yeah, shout outs to my whole team, especially my teammate Felix Luding today, and spotter Claudius Wied, and to the whole team, also to our sponsors iRacing and ATVO.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Jurgen. And that was Jurgen Frank, one of the drivers from SimRC, winner in the GTE category. And now, David, I think it opens up our options because we got some other people to interview.
Yeah, certainly we'll shed some light and some love on the LMP2 field. We unfortunately don't have anyone I can see from the winning Devotion Sim Racing Blue team. Next best I can do, Josh Chin from Team Chimera. And what a final stint you guys have. I mean, 4 hours of racing, but the action for you guys, a lot of it seemed like it was in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, I think it was about time for the Devotion guys to finally have their lunch break, but the last hour really was just pushing and pushing. We ran a different fuel strategy, everyone, and stayed out of the early trouble, and it worked out pretty well, and had a few incidents. One of them was definitely very avoidable from the other party involved, and the 8 seconds it cost us is probably what cost us the shot at the win, because we would have come out clear of them on the pit stop. But we had that contact with Devotion Blue in turn 1, and we didn't want to leave it in the steward's hands, so we gave the spot back and gave it a good run. I think maybe one more lap, and we could have gone them for sure.
LMP2, sort of the meat in the sandwich here. So what's that like, passing other cars while being passed? This is a shorter lap than some of the other circuits we've been to, like Spa, for example. So the traffic did seem pretty dense out there.
Personally, we didn't really have much of a problem with it. I know the P1 guys were having struggles, but even with us being only sometimes 3-4 seconds faster than GTEs, we didn't really have any problem getting around them. I don't know if it was just where the P1s are making their speed, but we never really had a problem getting through them. Overall, it was pretty easy. We only had one real bad traffic interaction, and that one was somewhat not paying attention. It wasn't even a lapping situation. It was just they didn't look over to their right side to see there was a car next to them.
Well, pretty solid result here at Barcelona for the final round. As I've said earlier, we moved to Silverstone, and of course we've got the pretty shiny new scan of Silverstone here on iRacing. What are you looking forward to there? Any favourite corners, any least favourite corners, and where's the LMP2 going to be strong there?
Going through really all the corners, the P2 would be really nice. I don't think there's any corners we're going to struggle with. Maybe final corner of the old section. It's kind of disappointing because Bridge was one of my favorite corners at Old Silverstone. We don't run that now, but I think we'll be in a good shot, and I don't know if we can chase down Core for third in championship, but we'll at least have a good shot for Clean X and hopefully get an automatic entry for next season.
That's a solid plan. I wish you the best of luck with it, and I look forward to seeing you again 1st of March for the finale of Sports Car Open this season. Any final parting words there? Who gets it done for Team Chimera other than #blame Randy?
Oh, it's all Randy's fault. Gotta thank Ben Tusting. He did a great job today. Qualifying run wasn't quite what he wanted, but it was a good solid spot, and we worked from there pretty well. Jamie Wilson and Simon Trindell both helped a ton with strategy. Simon figured out with about an hour left in warm-up, hey, we can do this strategy. We have to commit to it early, but if we do it, we're going to come out pretty well, and ultimately it was the right call. So I have to really give hats off to Simon for that.
Thanks so much for also finding the time to chat with us here at RaceSpot TV and the iRacing Esports Network. We've got a couple more drivers to speak to, just 2 more to round out our post-race coverage here, and we'll go from 2nd place in LMP2 to 2nd place in GTE, joined by Sim Racing and Sindre Setsos. And what a finale you guys had on your hands in the final stint. Tell us about your thoughts about the tyre strategy and how it did or didn't work out for you.
I think it was never on the cards that we were gonna double stint tires. Thought about it for the first pit stop, but never had any doubt in our mind that the skip tires was an option really in the final stint. So I mean, hats off to SimRC for pulling that off. We just didn't have the car to do something like that. was a good race with SimRC, some battles, some back and forth, and yeah, didn't manage to clinch the win in the end. Small shout out to the P10 LMP1 that managed to somehow find a gap and fire us off into a slowdown. So yeah, just disappointing that something like that's a decisive factor. Yeah, but yeah, we just gotta move on to Silverstone and see.
Yes, indeed. Second place points for you here. Doesn't really move you up the order or anything. SimRC pick up the strong results there. But in terms of your overall goals, fourth coming into this round, and you pick up a couple more points, what's possible?
I don't know. Maybe P3 in the end in the championship. Hopefully, we just gotta do our best at Silverstone. And I said at Nürburgring that we want to go for every single win left of the season. We were close here, so yeah, we just gotta try to win at Silverstone again.
Obviously, the GTE category, probably the only one where it seems like there's different models of car in contention for the win. BMW taking out first and second here. What's it going to be like against some of the Ferraris in the field at Silverstone? Have you done any testing, any gut intuition on which one might be favourable there, if the Ferrari teams are going to give you something to worry about there?
I think the Ferrari is going to be faster in the slow speed sections around Silverstone, especially out of turn, 3, 4, something like that. Because they have more traction than us, but yet again the tarmac in sweeping longhand corners is pretty close to what we have here actually, so I wouldn't look past the BMW being maybe a little bit stronger than the Ferrari, maybe 10 for 2 a lap or something. But that's something we need to find. Yeah, you've seen in IMSA races I've done all this week that BMW has been the favorite by far around here, and I think it showed. I think it's going to be a little bit closer at Silverstone, but I still think the BMW is going to be a favorable car.
Well, good luck at Silverstone, and we'll see you there. Who gets it done for Core? Who keeps you guys motoring?
Just shout out to Janne for putting all the work into the car. I probably should have practiced more myself. I don't think I even tested the race setup before the before the race. So just hats off to Janne for making the car so easy to drive. And also a shout out to Set1 Dashboard, our sponsor, and the rest of the Core Sim Racing team.
There we go, Sindre Setsos, Core Sim Racing, second place today, but only by a few couple of seconds. Was set for a nail biter and they just couldn't do it, unfortunately. Last driver here to have a word with us. It's a man who could have won LMP2 and circumstances conspired against them. Lorenzo Bonda, Fraser Williamson from Simsa.
Yeah, I got Fraser Williamson, which was one of the drivers. I think Fraser was more in a managerial and also spotter role today than normally he would have won it, but still nail biter to the end, Fraser. And tell us what happened, man.
Car backwards, racetrack, driving into traffic, no bueno. We ended up with severe damage with 20 minutes to go, 15 minutes, which cost us 5 seconds a lap. He then caused us to run out of fuel because LMP1s went a lap longer. It all just went fairly wrong from a 50-second lead with 40 minutes to go.
Yes, and that finish itself, we're still buzzing over here because that finish was probably one of the wildest finishes I've seen. Did you guys still have any fuel left to give, or was it like a strategy let the P1 go through and you would get the checker from?
We had half a lap's worth. Our options were sit and let LMP1 by and just call it quits there, get out the car and just move on with life. Or pit and sit and do a lap knowing that we should have won this race. The way we were going to sit and be angry, so we just called it, to be honest.
Fair enough. But I think if we are to look on the overall perspective for this race, Fraser, I think you guys are in a really good spot in terms of, you know, fighting for championship. We've seen that Rev Match hasn't done the best this race. They underperformed to their standards, so they were dropped back into P6, actually P8 in the class. So you guys are grabbing a few spots away from them. It gets closer in the standings. Now Silverstone comes, and I know you, Alex, and Remas actually are strong drivers in that track. So how confident you guys are coming to Silverstone?
Absolutely not at all. Honestly, purely because now we are 5, 6, 7. That like 5, 6, 7 points behind Rev Match now for the championship. That means we are now relying on them making another mistake. So we've just got to go and do all that we can do. Hopefully we can turn up with pace again, but you can't be confident going into a race like that, knowing that you'll be able to do what's needed, because that's not in our control at this point.
Right, fair enough. And just to finalize, my friend, shout outs to those who keep Simsa running, and friends or anything, or any familiars watching the stream.
First of all, I'd like to thank Alex and Ramez, especially Ramez, because he'd never driven the car up until Monday, for sitting, doing so much practice, preparing. It was good to see. Everyone in Simsa helping out. We're slowly getting to where we need to be. Distant lates, it will come together eventually. You guys for bringing us this broadcast. All of our sponsors, and a big shout out to Craig's Setup Shop as well.
Right.
There we are. Thank you, Lorenzo. Thank you, Fraser. And what a race we had here at Barcelona, Circuit de Catalunya. Excitement start to finish, intrigue, drama, and we did not know who was going to win 2 of our classes until that final lap. Next round, the championship decider. We've previewed it a little bit already. The 8 hours of Silverstone on Sunday, 1st of March. Again, race spot coverage, start to finish. We hope you'll join us for that one. It's going to be exciting. And, well, thank you everyone for tuning in to our coverage from here in Barcelona. I was David Haynes, our producer, Randy Cheneth. Lorenzo Bonda alongside me, start to finish. I thank him for that. And everyone who gets it done for Race Spot, thank you so much for their support as well. We'll see you again soon from Race Spot on the iRacing Esports Network. Good night.